Good evening, everybody. I know I wanted to start at 7 sharp today if I could, but I had a little bit of not like work, but I did have a couple of things that I forgot to do before starting. But I am really looking forward to doing Book of Hours tonight. I know I say that all the time, but it's always true. And in this particular case, I get to have a little bit more focus on the game. Actually, just give me 1 second here to get my tablet. I get to have a little bit more focus on a specific subset of things. Now, this is going to involve some breaks for writing and otherwise sort of taking care of those, some of the record keeping to make my approach work. But we really are coming down to the last few things that I kind of need to do. So if I recall correctly, we have sort of exhausted our list. So I think I cried uncle for the final batch, the Pearl and Tide, the Serpents and Venoms, and Furs and Feathers. So what I'm going to be working with now is sort of a subset of I'm going to be working with a subset of skills. And this is going to be one I clearly have a bit more work to do here. In fact, let me just take a minute to divide up my notes. So we've got Tridesma Hyra. Cured, good to see you. I was feeling a little self-conscious about the fact that I was starting closer to 7:30 than 7, but I'm really happy that you got to catch the stream. How are you doing? Okay, so we have Tridesma Hyra, Auroral Contemplations. And actually, I'll take a note of so that's a Grail and Moon. Not so there's a bit of a problem reducing it down to just the two main aspects, because I suspect what we're going to find is for a number of these, we actually need to use something that's not the primary aspect, but it's what I've got to work with. You've got a bit of chest pain, but chilling otherwise. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon. I'm still feeling quite tired, but it was a good week. I felt a little bad. I feel like I could have done more today. And I noticed it was sort of my first proper work from home day. So I'm wondering if I'm too easily distracted at home. The good news is, the building I work in is really nice. So it's actually not there's a bit of a commute. So like I have to pay for a bus. So that's one thing that would maybe keep me from going into work. I mean, it's like bus fare is not huge, right? But it's just any time that you have a cost of something, you kind of reconsider. But yeah, no, I mean, it is not a hardship. Not a hardship to go into work, let me tell you that. But yeah, I'm definitely feeling. I think the biggest no, I worked from home during COVID as well. But I think the thing is that like working. Okay, so like the temptations are always present, but I think the thing for me was that I had a very clear idea in terms of like what I needed to do and what my day-to-day task was. It wasn't like a complete, like, so you know how like you have the idea of manufacturing, right? Where sort of this is like the Henry Ford thing where you take a particular task and you divide it up. I mean, this isn't just Henry Ford. Henry Ford introduced a couple of innovations to this, but like the idea that you've divided the task up into a number of ways, but also you've relied on sort of automation and electrification to sort of create this conveyor belt in which everybody has this specialized role and the overall machine just sort of works. And the work that I do is knowledge work, so you can't completely reduce it down to those factors. But it's also fair to say that I had a fairly regular set of outputs to make. And more importantly, I had sort of identified that there were quite a few items in that procedure that were, like really the complexity behind it was because nobody had bothered to really think through the process, as opposed to, sitting down and thinking about, okay, well, what requires human intervention, and realistically, what can you get a script to do? Because there's a number of things with data which are actually very straightforward to automate, or at the very least reduce down so that the human input needs to be much smaller than it actually is. And like to a certain extent, that's just the virtue of laziness, right? You get a sufficiently lazy programmer and they're going to automate away everything. But the big part about it for me is that I actually really like working on that knowledge work part of the job, and I really, really hate the very tedious, like, go through each individual line and pretend that you're actually going to read 5,000 individual lines of data. I have always hated that. Like, one of the first interview questions I was asked at one of the old places I worked was, like, they wanted to know my data analysis skills, and like if I'd if I'd worked with large data before. And like when they asked about large data, I'm thinking they're thinking of like big data, right? So I said, well, look, I got to be honest with you, I'm not that experienced with it. It's like, the largest data set I'm working with is probably like tens or hundreds of thousands of records. And like, oh no, like that's you're rarely going to be working with anything bigger than that. It's like, we just want to know, like, do you actually hand check all of the observations? I was like, I wouldn't accept this job if that's what it took. Like, so, because again, like, this is the sort of stuff that, like, this is why statistical programming, or statistical programs exist. I guess statistical programs could also be referring to like the data collection and things like that. But like the whole reason, like Stata and R and SPSS and SAS and the statistical libraries for Python, or RATS and Shazam if you want to get really weird and exotic, Gretel. I'm just trying to think if there's any. I'm sure there's others which I'm not. I haven't used all of these, by the way, but Excel, of course. But yeah, like the reason why a lot of this stuff exists is so that you can, you can make it so that you make your analysts more productive by not spending so much money with someone who probably has some kind of a degree, and their time is not spent, doing the sort of thing that a computer can and should be doing. So yeah, to me, it's just like, I don't like the idea of people who think they're too good to do certain types of work, and I strive not to be that type of person. But on the other hand, it really does bother me when I see those kinds of inefficiencies in a system, and I often will try to correct them. So with that in mind, right, there would be sort of 3 buckets that I could put my work into. So one bucket is the regular production that I am doing, right? Somebody is expecting a number or a series of numbers and some explanation as to why I have the correct numbers that is explained in a way that someone who maybe doesn't have the knowledge that I do would be able to understand and say, this seems right, or I question, the validity of this result. Then the second bucket would be, what are the sets of things to make it easier for me to get that collection of things in that first step, right? Because the first step is really the output. That is the deliverable. Part 2 makes sure that I produce that deliverable even if there is an error, right? So one thing I took from the film industry, especially the camera department, was, nobody waits for camera, right? You do not show up to set with an excuse as to why you are anything but ready to film, right? You are accountable, you anticipate problems. I mean, I tried to get myself to a level and succeeded, to a point where, like, I would be anticipating the lens before, my boss even asked for it. And that happens to be really good training, by the way. If you aspire to be some kind of filmmaker, taking a look at how the pros, the literal pros, right? The people who are the creative leads on a project are talking about a scene, or maybe even just where they're standing, and have an idea, okay, they're going to be asking for, this lens over that lens, right? It's going to be a close-up, or it's going to be a wide shot. Like, in the end, there's only so many lenses in the kit. I mean, assuming that you're going with primes. If it's a variable lens, chances are you're not changing the lens. But all of that stuff, that makes you good at the job. That makes you more efficient, and that means that you can get more done. And particularly in a case where you have, an actor who may only be available for one day, or, you're starting to see the overtime sort of rack up. Those minutes add up. So yeah, with that in mind, right, like, even if you're in an understanding workplace, sorry, I'm going to finish this rant here, but like, being able to focus on that, that second bucket of making it so that you can reliably produce the results. There's two things that happen there. Number one, that helps you anticipate problems. But number two, that also gives you the extra time to start making the deliverable even better, right? So that extra time that you have saved by making it so that you don't need to drag, 10 Excel files into a folder to get the work done. That's time that you get to spend improving your work. And that's a really big one for me, right? One of the things that I would usually write would be some programs which wouldn't try to automate the sort of cleaning or the analysis work that I would do. But what they would do is they would sort of prioritize. I would look for some characteristics that would usually be common among things that I would consider problems, or at the very least look at as problems. And one of the things that I got out of that is, again, I'm not going to look at 5,000 individual entries. In fact, chances are it's the low double digits, if it's even double digits, that I'm really going to be able to focus like my full attention on and be able to do what I would say is like a comprehensive look at what's weird, right? And make a determination. So, being able to triage the work and being able to focus on what matters is a way that, again, I wind up with a better end product. And, the bosses are never going to sit down and say, oh, it was wonderful, that sort of, hey, how you doing, Oswin Yao? Yeah, actually, and I haven't made that much progress. I was writing down some of the things, and then Kieran started, we started talking, and then I decided to start ranting. And it's not like it was a decision. I just naturally started ranting. But I will be jumping into the game again in just a little bit. But again, that second bucket is a fairly intuitive one for me to work on. So the third bucket is basically the very sort of general, acquire knowledge, do research sort of thing. And this one can be a big problem. Because at my old job, there was a project which I think was about 3 years in production. And for those 3 years, technically what the people on the project were doing was research. That is what it was always categorized as, and that's what it was. The folders for that project had tons of paperwork inside of them. And I almost never referred to it. And I do actually feel bad for the people working on that. But the problem is that for all the research that they did, there was some very fundamental problems with the things that were being looked at. So that all of that earlier work ultimately did not inform anything that I wound up doing, because it couldn't, right? It was based on a very faulty assumption, which I just simply couldn't work with, right? And, again, nobody wants to see their work be chucked away. And obviously, there's good and bad ways of doing that. It's not like I wrote a memo to everyone sort of saying, hey, you suck and I'm getting rid of this thing. There's sometimes where I had to say, it's like, look, I really need to caution against doing this thing this way. Like, it's, this isn't good. And it did get a little tough, right? And I'm hoping I'm on, good terms with that person. But like, the thing is that again, you are accountable for the work that you do. And if there's a problem, you really do want to say it. And you ideally, and again, this is never fun, but like, you want to be the sort of person who is good at receiving feedback, because that's how you get better. But that third one is sometimes hard to do for work from home, right? Because as you can see, it's not like the 3 years before were people just taking extra vacation time. These were people who did something that they really felt was work. And you can see how quickly this stuff can become a liability. And so that's, I think, kind of what happened today. So it's not so much that the... Oh, I didn't know that Oswin Mao was a streamer. I apologize, Oswin Mao. I wasn't aware you streamed. You may have mentioned this before, and I just didn't pay attention. But it sounds like you are a Cultist Simulator streamer. And Radisix. Oh, you just started streaming. Fair enough. Well, that's fine. I can give a little shout out. Radisix, if you from your comment, I'm taking it that Oswin was playing Cultist Simulator. Forgive me if I misinterpreted. But welcome in. This is the follow-up, and this is actually this is the easier game, but it goes for depth rather than the breadth. Anyways, but yeah, so Cured, that's kind of where I was at with all of it. I'll figure this out. So the thing I just need to be clear about, like this to a certain extent is kind of how the end of Cultist Simulator winds up looking. In the end of Cultist, actually, you know what? I can probably we should have a photo of this thing. So this was what my Cultist Simulator desktop looked like at the end of what I'm going to call the Librarian run. So this full playthrough is available on YouTube. Not to make this an advertisement for that, but I did this sort of in anticipation for the release of Book of Hours, and the challenge for it was I needed to do a full run of Cultist Simulator to any voluntary completion. So that would mean that you can do an Ascension, or you can do, enjoy your life at the bank or whatever. But the specific target on this one was that whatever ending I chose, I had to have one of every available book, like one of every book that you could get in the game, right? So that means, and the trick here, for those of you not familiar with Cultist Simulator, unlike Book of Hours, Cultist Simulator does not let you keep the books. There's a couple of exceptions to that, there's a specific exception to that. And then there are some sneaky ways, if you really know what you're doing, there are actually ways you can get multiple copies of books, but there's code in the game now to stop you from getting multiple copies of a book. So you actually have to be kind of crafty in terms of the way that you do that. But yeah, so the condition was that I needed to have one copy of every book in the game on the desktop to finish the challenge. And then, of course, because, I figure I might as well sort of show off in the end, I did decide to arrange the desktop very nicely. Cultist Simulator fans do actually get a bit crabby when you order the cultists by color, and to that I say, cry more. It's my run. I'll sort it the way that I want. But yeah. So this is the thing, right? Like at the end of a Cultist Simulator run, yeah, it looks nice, right? There's things I probably could have done to sort of keep the consistency in terms of the different rows, but there is a logic behind the rows as well. I had a few things that I wanted to set, and I just think this looks nice, frankly. So also I was loaded at the end of this run, as you can see, but yeah, just what I kind of wanted to give an idea about is that not simplicity, but Book of Hours, contrary to the appearance of my run, which is at the very end of the game, basically. Essentially what I am dealing with is some differences in terms of the mechanics for Book of Hours, which is a wonderful game and is a much bigger game than Cultist Simulator. So it is fair to say that there is a higher degree of complexity across some dimensions. But what I just wanted to highlight is that this is what Cultist Simulator actually looks like. The only difference here is that because these things normally go away when you read them, it may not be as apparent that that complexity is there. And if anybody wants to see the network graph that I did, I know I keep showing that too much, so I'll let that be an opt-in sort of choice there. But yeah, that's kind of where that was going to be sort of my defense of Book of Hours relative to Cultist Simulator. So, thank you. So what I'm going to do here, I'll give a quick overview of what this game is in relation to Cultist Simulator. So as far as I can tell, this game takes place after any events that are present in Cultist Simulator. The reason why I express a slight amount of uncertainty with that is that I'm not 100% sure on the chronology. I think it goes exile, aspirant, and then I'm assuming that things like there's probably a specific ordering that's suggested even by the DLC as well. I'm pretty sure exile is an early entry. I could be wrong on that, though. It could actually be a later one. I wonder... Yeah, it's been a while since I played any of them. In any case, this, so far as I can tell, takes place after anything that you can experience in Cultist Simulator, regardless of what DLC you play. And you are the librarian of a library known as Hush House. And the game starts with you washing up on St. Brendan's Cove after a shipwreck. You were on your way to the library, your ship was wrecked, and you need to try and find shelter in the storm. And you eventually, once you work your way up, and that's kind of the tutorial, it teaches you how to use the consider and the talk verbs. It's a little bit like Cultist Simulator like that. But eventually you make your way up to Brankkrug Village and you meet a friend. The game actually starts with a little bit of a personality test at the start, so that winds up determining what friend you have, sort of based on the elements of the soul that you choose, which are these. So reason and passion and health. Well, health is still there, but health works a little bit differently. But the stats that you get in Cultist Simulator are not present, and instead you have elements of the soul. The human soul is composed of 9 elements. This is one. Most other things have simpler souls. So you have your health, which is drowned, and then your 2 elements of the soul, which you pick through the course of playing the game. And you wash up on the beach with a waterlogged journal, which kind of winds up representing you in a certain way. So you make your way to your friend's place. They take you in, you dry out your journal, and then you find out who you are. So in this case, I am the twice-born librarian of Hush House, and this is the journal in which I keep my remaining memories. The twice-born's third choice might be life as the librarian, or it might be something more radical, but you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Illumination Wisdom. and specifically the memories of the Twiceborn, I remember that once I walked the House of the Sun as a bodiless immortal, but there was a matter that could only be resolved if I returned to flesh. Now if I go back to the House of the Sun, I will be hunted and punished. If I stay in flesh, I will be hunted and devoured. I need a third choice. To remain at Hush House as librarian would be one such choice, but there might be something more. And the aspects are kind of the same as they are in terms of Cultist Simulator. They tell you what each of these cards are. So, journal. I began before this book, but it'll end when I do. So, one thing that isn't apparent from this playthrough, you don't start with any skills, you have one memory that you kind of get through some gameplay, and you have 3 elements of the soul. But what you need to do is you actually need to unlock the house room by room. Hush House was abandoned in after a fire 7 years before your arrival. And essentially, a very large part of the game is going through all of these rooms and finding out what happened. Each of the different rooms sort of has its own history, right? There's the baronial period. In the 16th century, the de Wolf family became the Barons Brandkrug, governing the Isle as their personal estate until 1759, when their line ended in madness and death. There's the Solar Gothic period, which was before the baronial period. From the 11th to the early 16th century, the sisters and brothers of St. Brendan's dwelt on the Isle. It was a holy place, a wealthy place, and a center of learning, though a surprisingly obscure one. Then, in 1534, the Bronze King Henry dissolved the foundation, exiled the brethren, and gave the Isle to the family de Wolf. After the baronial period, there's the Curia period. Oops, I keep clicking on the wrong things. In the 18th century, a secretive cabal of scholars established the Curia of the Isle to manage Hush House, making it a haven of knowledge until 1896, when a disgraced librarian brought the house to penury. Now, what's funny about this, too, I don't want to give away too many of the secrets, but to give you an example of how you start unlocking a few more bits of information, if you go to the Flood Gallery, this is after you open it up, Flood Gallery. Thyrza Blake, 7th librarian of the house, extended this space, decorating it with semi-precious materials and filling it with the finest art Hush House's money could buy. Of course, after her enthusiasms brought the house to the brink of penury, much of it had to be sold off. And in fact, we got some information here that Thyrza was the 7th librarian, so there she is right here. A niche with a plaque, who dwells still in the 3-flowered tree. So the question might be, well, what happens when somebody bankrupts the house? The Nocturnal period. In the beginning of the 20th century, an unwise librarian's enthusiasm had brought Hush House to penury. Nocturnal branch, later the Suppression Bureau, stepped in to offer an arrangement. Hush House received funding, but submitted to yearly inspections, and also surrendered a portion of the Isle for the branch's prison. I also like the Lesser Bridge because you get a bit of an idea of who you're dealing with in this period. Brandkrug Jail, built in 1896 at the behest of Nocturnal Branch to contain troubles unseemly and occult. A mere 6 years later, after the Ortuccio incident, the branch itself came to be considered unseemly and occult, and its functions were absorbed into the Suppression Bureau, but the jail still stands. Over the gate is the Bureau's motto, Alice si licet, tibi non licet, commonly rendered as, "It is permitted to us, it is not permitted to you." The final period that we haven't talked about is the Dawn period. 599 AD is the traditional date for the first foundation here, sometimes called the Abbey of the Black Dove, sometimes the Abbey of the White Crow, but the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot first built their temples here much earlier than that. So again, the house itself is very much a character in this game, as is you, and as are the various librarians and figures that you learn about in the game. And of course, if you've played Cultist Simulator, you'll see figures that are familiar to you. So you've got the Velvet, you've got the Thunderskin, you have representations of the solar hours, but then you have new concepts such as the Chancel and Calyptra, Chancel of the Abbey Church. The Church of the Unconquered Sun acknowledges only a handful of hours, the Sun in Rags or Splendor, the Menascate, the Madrigad, the Watchman, and reluctantly the Wolf Divided. Any other so-called hours must be lesser powers, wicked impostors, or superstitions. So the Church denies 2 of the 3 hours of the Chancel, and yet it's the Chancel who are said to determine which of their peers qualify as hours. That's theology for you. Abbot Geoffrey decreed that all 3 should be venerated in this holiest of rooms. to avoid actual heresy, he would not permit any of the three to be named. That's theology too. So, as you can see, right, so much of this is relying on your ability to sort of read between the lines and piece things together. But one of the things, you can't have a library game without books, and so the books are not consumed when you read them. This is different from Cultist Simulator. And so one of the things that you do is you find books and catalog them. So it is actually a random draw for all but a few books in terms of which ones you get. But by reading books, you will get skills and you will get memories. You read books and uncover their mysteries by employing elements of the soul and memories and some other resources to be able to read them. And I actually quite like this, because if you do think of this as a crafting RPG, there's no experience in this game. What happens instead, in order to learn skills, you read books, you demonstrate your mastery of the subject, and then the way that you wind up leveling up these skills is you need to bring a certain number of memories, which are unique, that are of the same type. So for instance, if I wanted to level up sharps, I would use edge and moon. And I kind of feel that this is a lot like kind of what learning in the real world is, right? It's not like I pick up heavy things and put them down again enough times that I get enough experience and then all of a sudden I have a better understanding of biology. You know, generally the sorts of actions that I take and I become more practiced in are the things that I'm going to become better. And again, whenever I give this example, I don't want to knock traditional RPGs. Like, the experience point system exists for a reason, and there are games that try to refine that system a little bit, but it's something that has served us very well pretty much through the whole life of role-playing games. But I think because this is a game about a library, and that there's this grander idea of sort of the organization of knowledge, and that can be both within the library but also within yourself. I don't think it's a coincidence that there is sort of this process of repairing and understanding the library, and at the same time you're sort of regaining your abilities and healing. You know, I think there's just something very nice about the way that this game has realized that through its mechanics. So, you know, you still get the arty stuff too if you're looking for it in this game. So anyways, this is one of the reasons why this looks a lot more complicated than it actually is. It's because, number one, I've unlocked the entire house, and then number two, I'm in the late game, so I've boosted up all of my abilities and my skills. And what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to learn some of the more difficult recipes, for me at least. So I was just doing an inventory of the different skills that I haven't leveled up yet. I believe the game was not intended to have you be able to get every single skill. It's not like there's some kind of a hack that you do to make that work. It's just, I think when the developers were making it, they didn't expect people to get one of every skill. And that's actually one of the original choices that surprises me. But yeah, for me, I wound up getting everything. So let me just write this down. Also, I mean, obviously I like to talk, so if anybody does have any questions about the game, I will try and answer them as best as I can, because I really don't want to alienate people. From being able to enjoy the game as much. Well, sorry. I don't want to alienate people, and as much as I can, I would like everybody to be able to kind of come in and enjoy the game, even if there are more questions than answers. Okay, purifications and exaltations. Lockworks and Clockworks. Insects and nectars. That's Moon and Nectar. What else? Spices and savors. Oh, can you die in this one or get caught by an inspector? No. I don't know if this is because of the relationship that the Suppression Bureau sort of has with Hush House, or because of Hush House's special status. You're not bothered by the Suppression Bureau here. And there is actually a little ambiguity at the start of the game as to whether or not you can die. But actually, I'm glad you asked that question, because I said that it was a simpler game, but I didn't explain how. The origins for this game was actually a tweet from the developer, or specifically the designer, Alexis Kennedy, and he put out a tweet sort of saying, I'm thinking of doing a relaxing, a more chilled Cultist Simulator experience where, it's a cozy game about maintaining an occult library. If this tweet gets 1,000 likes, I'll make it. And of course, it's the internet, right? So people are going to cause trouble, and the tweet, sure enough, gets like 1,000 likes. But Weather Factory, which is Alexis Kennedy and his now wife, Lottie Bevan, took that on board. There are timers. I'll show how the timers work. But, like, I actually wish more designers would sort of behave like them, because obviously this is a very unique and weird kind of game. So is Cultist Simulator. And it's fair to say that they do make, art-like games, right? These are games which are not trying to sort of pick up on a given trend. And yet they haven't gotten into that trap where people of a certain artistic temperament would sort of kind of say, well, this is my intention, and to hell with you if you don't understand it, right? They saw the evidence that this sort of silly tweet showed them, right? That there was, in fact, an interest for this kind of game, and they changed their plans, and they expanded the Secret Histories setting. In fact, I believe it was not originally called the Secret Histories, or if it was, nobody here knew. But in any case, this game, I mean, I have to assume that a tweet like that kind of comes out. I have to assume that a tweet like that, probably there had been some thinking around those lines, right? Like, I'm not entirely sure that it's just because of the response. I suspect that there was probably something underneath that was, really making I think there was something that was maybe just bubbling to the surface when that tweet went out. But again, obviously, that's a really nice signal when you generate a lot of attention on a social media platform for a comment which is maybe not entirely serious. So there are timers in the game, and you do have the passage of time. So we're currently in summer, which gives us access to certain things, but there will be autumn that arrives, and there's a certain amount of time in the day, and when the day is finished, most memories, there's a special kind of memory called a persistent memory, but most memories will go away when the day passes. So the timers are present, and you do sometimes feel a certain amount of pressure to get things done within a certain period of time, but there are relatively few things that you can't just do again. So like if you've used a consumable resource and you didn't achieve the thing you were looking for, you're going to have to use the resource again. And if you find it hard to get that resource, you're going to feel a little, bad about that. And there's a season called Numa, which makes all the persistent memories go away. So that can be a little nerve-wracking as well. But yeah, the timers are very different. So Cultist Simulator, because it feels like that game is a lot more about sort of the hostility of the mundane world to sort of dreamers and people who are maybe trying to achieve something very unique and special to themselves. Um, that is a game which has its roguelike conventions, and it has its kind of very harsh treatment, right? You didn't pay rent on time, so now you're sick. Oh, and your sickness caused you to feel sad, and you got 3 of the sad tokens, so now the game is over, that sort of thing. And it also allows that also does wind up reinforcing some of the other themes in the game, such as using the hard times as inputs to your great work, right? So one of the ways you can overcome despair is by taking the dread and using that in some kind of a ritual, and that makes the dread go away. And so that could be a way that you deal with it. That's kind of if you're of an artistic temperament, which I probably wouldn't count as. I guess this is the dream, right? That you're able to take those negatives and turn them into spun gold. But in the case of Book of Hours, that's not quite there. It's a little bit more sort of about, I don't know, healing. There's a side of me that actually thinks that there's an undercurrent of this in terms of just sort of celebrating literature, because like you have when you buy people beer, there's the reference to the ring givers, and it's hard for me not to think of like ring givers without thinking of Beowulf. And then you have sort of all of these different periods and sort of representations of literature. So like I've been reading a lot of my Norton anthology lately, and reading things like The Dream of the Rood and Western Wind and Sir Gawain and the Green Knight is one I'm looking forward to. Canterbury Tales, like some of the old English literature, and there's definitely stuff there where you can sort of say, yeah, this or Cadman's Hymn. Actually, Cadman's Hymn was the one that I was really like, what, it's probably not a coincidence that I'm thinking about Book of Hours when I read this. But yeah, I think I heard the designers sort of say that this game is kind of, to a certain extent, like the loneliness, I think, was one of the topics that came up quite a bit, and it's sort of the kind of game that if you've ever said, I want to just go and tend a lighthouse, get away from it all, this is the sort of game for you, and I think there's a lot of sense to that. So the timer is there, but the timer isn't you're going to die if you don't do this thing. The timer is more, there are choices. Sometimes there are regrets, but you get to take your time, and as a result, the game goes quite deep on certain topics, on certain things, which maybe you're not able to do as much in a game like Cultist Simulator, because you're just spending so much time trying to survive. Okay, so I've got spices and savors down, so stitching and binding. Also, I think the soundtrack is possibly one of the best things that Mickey Moore, specifically Maribeth Solomon, has ever done. I really love this soundtrack, which is available separately if you want to buy it. You can also listen to it on the streaming services, and I think it might even be on YouTube. Okay, stitching and binding is there. Pearl and Tide. So, Rose and Moon. Serpents and Venoms. I actually wrote a letter to the director of the... I think I told this story the other day. But I wrote a letter to the director of the library at my old job. Apparently made the couple of the librarians cry, but they did a really great job there. Um, and yeah, I don't know. I was really happy when this game came out because I like libraries, and I definitely think of that work library whenever I play this. Okay, furs and feathers. So the reason I took the time to write this stuff out again, first of all, my penmanship has improved, it would seem. But I want to do some counts of the various aspects that I'm up against. So I've got one grail, I believe. Okay. Moon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lantern. 1, 2, 3. Looks like just 3. Edge. I believe there's just 1. Winter. Just 1. Already did moon. Sky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. Heart. 1, 2. Moth. I think there might just be 1. Knock. I think there's just 1. Nectar. Looks like 2. Forge. 1. Rose 1. Scale 2. So moon, sky, lantern, heart, nectar, scale. So I wanted to count these out. Yeah, I actually also love public libraries too. My work actually my current work has a dedicated library. I didn't realize there were so many places you could work that actually had dedicated libraries. But I mean, again, it makes sense because, I was talking about knowledge work earlier. Like, if presumably it is a very good investment to have a collection of books related to the job you want your people to do. I mean, I'm a super nerd. I don't just have econometrics textbooks. I have the big expensive Elsevier Handbook of Econometrics. I have that. I have the mathematical economics, and then art and culture, and then media. But I'm a rare case. I'm going to assume most people who do that stuff, who do this sort of thing, will expect their employer to invest in a library like that. But still, if, I don't know, the Prime Minister flies in, comes into my apartment and is like, I need you to tell me about the economics of art and culture. It is of the vital interest. I will be ready, and I will say, whoever it is, I'm glad you asked. Let me consult my library. That's great. Yeah, no, I'm institutionalized. It's like every summer, just before I would be getting ready to go to school, I almost always wind up picking up at least one textbook. All right. So, as fun as it is for me to come up with national emergencies involving the economics of art, let's figure out what we're doing here. So it would not be a bad idea for me to read a book that has a very high moon component. I guess one catch here, though, is that the Wormwood Dream is sufficient, so I might actually want to consider something with Grail. So let's think about something that's got ideally Grail, Sky, and Lantern if I can get away with it. Let's take a look. I think the best we could do would be the sun's weakness, so I'll settle for that. So how do you wind up reading a book in this game? So we're going to use Ava's desk in this case, but you can use the consider verb as well. So you take an element of your soul, element of the soul. So each soul card can be used once a day for the kinds of things you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. So we put in the soul card. Now, we've already read the book, so I'm going to get the memory that comes from a pretty special text. So these are definitely late-game texts, but we're going to be reading The Sun Disfigured, a scroll of anthropoderm parchment written in the golden ink called Uzalt. This book houses a numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. Now, languages work a little bit different in this game, so we need the skill Crack Track. So, in the tracks of beasts and the convulsions of his own carapace, in Eggvein and Shell Shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. Now, because we have read this before, we don't have to solve the challenges. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. If you haven't read a text before, it has a mystery. So, Mystery Grail, greater challenges require stronger skills. And what you need to do ideally is you will, through a combination of factors, normally an element of the soul, a skill, a memory, and if you're at a desk, you can also use instruments. Sometimes you can use languages, and sometimes you can also use inks. It kind of depends on what you're trying to do. But essentially what you want to do is you treat it like any other challenge in these kinds of games. You need to match the aspect. There is a mechanic in here that will allow you to sometimes get lucky, but the main idea here would be that you want to be able to match the challenge of the text. And not all texts are the same, so some of them are relatively straightforward ones, so you're reading, Dr. Zeus, although apparently it's not Zeus, apparently it's Zeus. Anyways, Theodor Geisel was his real name, right? So, the work by Geisel, no. But whatever it is, that'll be your 4 intensity challenge, and then you can work your way up to something really challenging like 50 Shades of Grey, and then that'll be like 18 Grail or something like that. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So this is where the timers come in, right? So 60 seconds we'll read this text and we'll get the memory that comes out of it. Now, there are other aspects to the game. So, for instance, we are bringing in our friend, Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. And like I said, the thing that we're going to be trying to do here is we're actually going to be trying to learn the recipes for these various skills. So, Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. The Rector's Assistants, Reverend Timothy, Rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. Incidentally, the Church of the Unconquered Sun is referred to in Cultist Simulator and the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot, so these would be, when you're watching Oswin play the game, you'd be able to see some references to these, and if you do wind up playing Book of Hours, you can get a deeper understanding of what some of these different groups are. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. Add an element to the soul card to enhance Reverend Timothy's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. Unlike some assistants, Timothy can make use of candles. Now, there's a fun detail about Reverend Timothy. He's a bit like me in that he likes to have a chat. So normally when you talk with someone, it's 30 seconds. But when you talk with Timothy, it's actually 45. I like that. Okay, so we're still waiting on our sorry, this is where we were reading it. We're still waiting on reading the text, so we're actually just going to let time go by. Maybe I should, yeah, I'm already making some money. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So right now we're just going to let time go by so that the different events can happen. Right now we're at dawn. At this time, the Sisters of the Abbey would raise their voices in praise of the Madrigad for the office of Aurora. And then we are heading, well, we'll get there when the game lets me move my mouse over it. Should be in just a little bit. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. So this would be a bit more of a traditional memory that you get in this game. So memory impulse doesn't exactly make sense, but I understand it anyway. You'll notice also for the sharp-eyed amongst you, so some of these aspects will be familiar. So moth, I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like this, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. But there are also new ones, and the game is actually quite careful in most cases not to call them principles. This is actually an exception. So nectar, the green wealth in the world's veins, the pulse of the seasons. Long ago, some called this principle blood. So I am going to talk with Reverend Timothy again. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. So we can compare, so core, we've got the traditional ones, right? So Grail, hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of Grail honors both the birth and the feast. And heart, the heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. But then we have one of the new powers that I'm quite fond of, Sky. Wind, storm, echo, song, the intricacies of mathematics and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. And this could be contrasted with moon. Secrets are soft, night is softer still, the sea speaks. It is not always wise to listen. The nocturnal, the forgotten. And rose, the rose which encompasseth all, 9 directions to new horizons. Exploration, enlightenment, hope. So in these cases here, you'll notice except for nectar, there's one other one, scale, which comes from health. Hard without, hard within, hard to rouse, harder to subdue, what is left of the crude powers of that deep earth. So in these cases here, except for nectar, it specifically does not call them principles, whereas in the case of all the other ones from the previous game, well, not all of them, but most of them do specifically say principle. So, and to further complicate it, you might say, well, where are the secret histories? If you take a look at the Tree of Wisdoms, this is how you level things up and add your get your new elements of the soul. You'll notice that there are references to the principles. So you've got Grail, you've got Winter here, you've got Knock, Lantern, Moth, Forge, Edge. And an earlier version of this did actually put secret histories here, but you'll notice it's blotted out. And there's a Suppression Bureau marker on it. So, but yeah, this is where you can level stuff up, and there are, well, we've got the wisdoms: Illumination, Hushery, Nyctodromy, Skolakosophy, Bosk, Preservation, Birdsong, Horimachistry, and Ithistry. Among them, they constitute the bright arts, the night arts, the arts unregarded. I think that's it. But yeah, for those of you that like maps, you don't get to go to the Mansis, which was the other big map reveal, but this is the Tree of Wisdoms, and Weather Factory actually just recently released a gold necklace that has this tree on it, but I don't think I would wear it, so I did not choose to purchase myself. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese in nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Okay, so in 5 seconds we will finish reading our book. By the way, when it says that it's a scroll made from anthropoderm, what is anthropoderm? Well, maybe you could get it from the name, but hallowed anthropoderm. Yes, it's human skin, but it's not just human skin. A scroll of anthropoderm parchment written in the golden ink called Uzalt. The author of this text calls herself the Elegabline. Sometimes she seems to be Sunset Celia, the watchman's name. Sometimes she seems to be Lady Tryphon, the Grail Long. It is unclear whether these are separate entities or the same person. It may be unclear even to the writer. The flaws in the Sun's plan are elucidated. The Sun's plan itself is never entirely clear, but it is a project of some kind to enter, possess, or surrender to the glory, the pure light above the Mansus. The book suggests ways in which that plan might fail. So, and for that we got the Newman. This is late game memory, the Sun's weaknesses. Sorry, the Sun's weakness. The Sun's sins and the Sun's scars are our salvation. There are histories where they will trap us, prevent us rising to eternity. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete any game. And complete the game, but the executioner can use it to win a particular victory. So the Twiceborn is not the only legacy that you can get. We know that the executioner is one of those. Okay, so the reason why I got the Sun's weakness was so that I can experiment with Tridesma Hira. Now this is going to be where it gets a bit. Well, I mean, I'm assuming that if you're here, you've been able to tolerate my babbling. But this is where it's going to turn into a lot of experimentation. We're going to be on pause a lot, because the thing that I wanted to try and do was go through this subset of skills that I have and really give it a shot in terms of trying to pin down exactly what I can do with these elements of the soul. And I think the easiest thing for me to do would be, I'm going to start with each of them, and I'm going to make sure, like when it comes to something like Grail and Moon, I want to just make sure that all of the possibilities that we have written down have been taken care of, right? I just want to get the obvious stuff out of the way, and if I've already tried everything, I'm actually going to go and take a look at the other candidates. So, let's say Tridesma Hira. We'll add the Sun's weakness because that's the highest grail that we can bring to bear. And let me just bring up the spreadsheet that I've got here. Okay, so the only thing that I haven't tried apparently with this is Fragrant Chalice, but I can't see how Fragrant Chalice would bring me what I need here, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to turn this around, and what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to look at every Grail skill that I have, and I'm going to look at the inputs that have allowed me to do things. The reason I'm doing that is I want to eliminate any possibilities where it was, okay, you know, it was a misunderstanding. I didn't put the right thing in the slot, and then I'm ready to go. Now, I suspect here that it probably will be some other Moon or some other Grail thing that I need to do. But I just want to get some of the basics out of the way. Actually, sorry, there's one other thing I want to do. I had a Word notebook. I want to make sure that I don't have Tridesma Hira sitting in there with a question mark on. There we go. Interesting. Nectar plus Lethe plus Tridesma Hira equals Maricat. All right. So I may not have... I may not have enough nectar This is why we consult those references, because I just saved myself a whole lot of searching. We could do the Hive's Lament. The ingredient might be kind of tough, but let's see here. So if we add Lethe, Sacrament Malachite ought to do the trick. Got it. All right. That's one off the list. Okay, so now we're going to move on to Auroral Contemplations. How did I remember that was in that room? Do you mean, oh, the Lethe? This thing? Well, you can basically move any of the items in the in Hush House. So I've been playing this pretty much non-stop since the game first came out, and I'm also kind of responsible for like all the books. So I actually have a filing system that I've put in here in terms of all of the books. This one technically is the one that's unfiled because I've run out of space for all the shelves. But part of this is just, you know, I'm kind of responsible for organizing everything. Definitely the house doesn't... I've actually taken more of a light touch on some of this stuff, so this looks a bit closer to what it might at the start of the game than some of my other playthroughs. But yeah, no, it's just, you know, you're kind of responsible for deciding where everything goes. So, you know, I happen to know that I've put a lot of flowers in the solarium, the chapter house, and Elopolis Nook. Fewer than there used to be, but the game doesn't have a search feature. So if you misplace your journal, you get the fun of tearing apart Hush House to try and figure out where you put it. All right, so we're going to try the same thing with Auroral Contemplations. And I suspect we're going to be in a similar case. Oh, no, it's a level... Oh, that's worse, actually. So let's see if we've got something... Yeah, so it already gave us a... Oh, no. A lot of Ichor Auroral, but not a lot of Auroral Contemplations. You thought oxygen not included was tough to find stuff. Well, I suppose at least with oxygen not included, it's a little less receptive to pausing all the time. Like, I guess you can, but it's maybe not the way that people normally play it. This game doesn't care if you have it on pause all the time. Okay, now interestingly enough, for Auroral Contemplations, we've tried everything with Lantern. I'm going to take a quick look at the Edge stuff and see if there's something new there. Okay, so we've tried all of the combinations of Lantern and Edge. Now, this is the point that I'm not crazy about. And what I'm going to try here, because it's 10, I'm going to go for memories. And I'm going to see how many of these things, how many sort of elements of the soul I can sort of throw at this thing and make work. So first of all, I'm going to take an inventory of elements of the soul just to make sure I'm ready to go. So we've got Lantern, Rail, Moth, Winter, Forge, Knock, Heart, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm missing one. Lantern, Grail, Moth, Winterforge, Knock, Heart, Edge. Then we've got Rose, Sky, Moon, Nectar, Scale. So So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different elements of the soul to try. Although I guess I can knock off lantern and edge for that. So let's start with Grail. I'm going to try and get a little clever with this. So I'm going to try to make sure that we have a memory, a flower, and a liquid. And that's because for these scholar level recipes, the 10 intensity recipes, you need... I was hoping for fragrant chalice. I guess it doesn't really matter though. Trumpeter's Lily it is. It's basically to make sure, you can see here, right? This needs a liquid, this needs a memory. There are other... He has no search function. He's maintaining a digital... yeah. Again, you learn... You open up Hush House one room at a time, and you care for the library, so you're invested in the different rooms and what they do. Actually, one thing that might be fun if you ever want to break up the process of me trying different things, if you would like, it might be kind of fun to see if chat wants to quiz me on different parts of the house or different book names. So we can always break it up that way if you're so inclined. But I'll work with what I've got so far. So let's say, okay, so we've tried Grail. That didn't turn out. Let's go for Winter next. And Solomon's Preparation ought to do the trick there. Okay. Forge. That's going to be a tougher one, actually. So unless I've got something magical that gives me 7 forge, I think the Honeyscar Jasmine should give me... Okay, so no luck there. Now that technically clears out the... Oh, you know what? I could have put metal there as well. That sort of clears me out for the ones this slot will permit. Let's see if I can make something happen with moth. Moth's going to be a bit tricky, actually. I guess the chancel would help me, so we do Auroral Contemplations. We can add Tryst because of the moth here. So then the old moment will settle for the memory. We can't put a flower in place, though. And we're definitely coming up short on the moth, so let's go for... Do I even have a mothy pigment? Apparently bitter black salts? No, that's just a pigment, not... Okay. I'd love it if it was something that counted as a liquid, too. Okay, that'll do. But under Devotion, I need to bring 4 moth. Probably the Perilous Imago in this case. Okay. I did try Forge. So let's see if we can find something that will work with Knock. So we're going to go back to the Alchemist set because we can put Shapt in there. What gives me Knock? The Curious Hunch does, but does that actually fit? Yes, it does. Okay. And we only need to satisfy one of the... There we go. So I'll try a liquid just to eliminate the possibility it can be any old liquid. Okay, no Knock. Let's try heart, and again, I'm going to try and get clever with the heart. So we can add core because that technically counts as a grail. Curious hunch. So we're too short on the heart, but I bet if we add the Ruby-wise ruin. Yeah. Okay, so again, same problem here. We've already tried edge. Those bottle mixing SFX are an excellent ASMR store. Yeah, well, I mean, the accidental ASMR usually refers to my voice because of what people have, have commented on, but certainly Book of Hours provides more than its fair share. There's other great ASMR rooms. I always like to think of the ASMR oubliette. I'll probably wind up doing like a 10-hour recording one day of the soothing sounds of the oubliette containment. Just a nice little sound to put you off to sleep. Or the sounds of the Carapace Cross. Saint Tentretto of the Deep Door, who is 4 times winged for the Schimifectra kind, the Glaterflog kind, the Thriddage kind, for the kind within. Anyways, I am a terrible troll, but that is the last of those that you'll hear for a bit. Alright, let's try and make things happen with Auroral Contemplations. Now, oddly enough, it won't work here because it doesn't have Lantern or Edge, so actually trying to get Rose here is a bit of a challenge. On the other hand, the more I think of this, the Watchman... Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Where's the 7th? I sort of imagine that probably Rose does feel like a good fit. Let's see if we can meet the same requirements. So we'll take... Oh, not pink. I guess there isn't a Rose liquid I can use. What do I do about this? Guess I'll just use a light Aglaophotis scented candle, maybe? I probably... Well, okay, there isn't... It's a tough one. Like, there isn't maybe the obvious connection. I think the thing that I maybe should have paid attention to was the fact that it was the Watchman's altar that worked with. Anyways, that's another one off the list, which I'm happy about. So this was a little bit easier to put together because it can be any type that matches this. Whereas the keeper level winds up being something very specific that you need. So that's 2 that we've knocked off the list without too much trouble. The next one, unfortunately, is a little bit more tricky. So we've got Inks of Containment. We will add... Well, we'll add Whist to start, but it's probably not going to be Whist. So we can make Eigengrau, Catwink, Stargall Ink, Ugal Ink, Solomon's Preparation, Lethe, Nillicant, and then an unknown level 15. And maybe it's something Moon, maybe it's something different. It's likely going to be related to an ink, but then the challenge would be if it's going to be one of the Incastum. So Uzalt, the ink in which the first history was recorded by the unwise mortal. Uzalt is the bright yellow gold of Lantern. Light lingers on it for a little while, even in the dark. Gold is not needed to mix Uzalt, but amber is. Unobtrusive shrines to Uzalt could sometimes be found in the churches of the Unconquered Sun. Hello, Bamis. Is it Bamisire? He was told this is the place to be. How you doing? And I guess that you are another person brought in by Oswin, who apparently I need to, I don't know, like hire for marketing or something like that. Bamsa, sorry. I hope you're doing well. Porphyrine, the Incastum Terminale of the Second History. It's the glowing crimson mauve of the secret histories. Porphyrine was venerated in secret by a confraternity of corresponding Cluniacs and Benedictines. Nillicat, the Incastum Terminale of the Third History. It's the bleak blue-white of winter. It has spawned an itinerant order of secret celebrants who regard worms as semi-gods and who are sometimes called on to celebrate difficult funerals. Use an Incastum ink with your journal to make determinations and record histories. If the hours listen, the world changes. Orpiment Exultant, the Incastum Terminale of the Fourth History. It's the incandescent orange of Forge. One ingredient, it's been, as it were, long rumored, is the blood of candescence. Certain Masonic and related traditions venerate what they call OE. And finally, Maricat, the Incastum Terminale of the Fifth History. The color of the principle that once occupied the place that heart does now. In the Fifth History itself, the cult of Maricat was everywhere suppressed, but has sometimes been venerated otherwise. Now, I believe Maricat is an ink of power. I'll just verify that because that might affect how I proceed. Best bet's probably to try this at the kitchen range. And again, if anybody has any questions about the game, don't hesitate to ask, because right now I'm working... Yep. So, Maricat and Orpiment Exultant under Inks of Power. Under Inks of Revelation, we have Porphyrine and Uzalt. So 2, 2, and then Nillicat. So the question would be, for Inks of Containment, what would the other 15 be? And I suppose one thing I could look at would be, what are some of the other powerful inks that I have around? So for instance, Ashertine comes up quite a bit, but that strikes me as an Ink of Revelation. Parabate we've got plenty of. Oh, I don't even remember where I put most of the inks. Houndskull we usually make with the Living Relic. I mean, maybe we should give that a try just to eliminate that as a possibility. It does say an Ink of Containment. Actually, you know what? I'm definitely feeling like I should try that now. Okay, still not enough scale. There it is. Okay, now I want to know what the private comment was for the C, but we're actually making pretty good progress on these. It's 3 that we knocked down without too much trouble. Okay. Glaziering and lightsmithing. Another one of them ASMR sounds. Alright, let's do... So, glaziering and lightsmithing, break a window. What have you made? A way, a new light, a weapon. So, because it's Natalia Brulot, I am slightly more inclined to think that this might be something edgy. Oh, again, I do, there are actually a couple of videos that I have of me playing the game in the earlier stages. So, like, the thing to remember is this game doesn't throw you in with this level of complexity at the very start. I don't mean to suggest that this is like trivial. Like, this is not the sort of game that you just casually pick up and then like go away for a few months and you know, not return to. Like, you know, there's a bit, it's gonna ask a bit of you, but yeah, I'm playing this game very late in the playthrough, so I don't want people to get too scared of the. Oh, you know what? It's possible I need. God, what are some of the edge things that I can put together? I might need to make a winning move just to try this. Before I do that, let's see if I can make the serpent milk. For that, I would need perinculate. And that's not going to work there. Okay, so we can do this a little easier at the alchemist's bench. I can't really see why the... I can't really see why the serpent's milk fits with Natalia Brulot, but it is one of the easier ones for me to make, so assuming... Oh, no, that works as well. Okay, we're still too short, so... two-edge cat's claw, maybe? Okay. Thank goodness, because I'm going to get this game. I'm very happy to hear that, Oswin. Be sure to let Weather Factory know you sent me. They were the ones to give me a copy of it. No, don't bug Weather Factory about that, but they did give me a copy of this game for promotional purposes. But yeah, no, I mean, you did mention that you found the Cultist Simulator videos helpful, so there are equivalents to the Cultist Simulator videos. Oh yeah, no, I'm happy to do that summary for you, Reddy6. If you can just give me a minute here, I'm going to try something on this screen first, and I will absolutely clarify that for you. But yeah, just so you know, Oswin, if you... So number one, you have reasonably good access to me, right? Between YouTube comments and Twitch and things like that. But if you are feeling lost in the game, number one, I encourage you to try it out because this game is quite a bit more forgiving. Like, you're not going to lose your playthrough if you bang your head against the wall for a bit. But if you're really feeling lost, I do have some videos of me in the early stages, including this particular playthrough. So if you want to see the thing end to end, it should be pretty straightforward. Okay, just give me 1 minute here to take a look at some of the Edge stuff, and then I will explain these menus. Oh, I don't have a YouTube sign, but for those of you that like digital card games, among other things, Lord Gloom is someone you should watch. I don't know if you're playing Tarkov most recently, but I know... I can't remember the name of the game that you were playing, but it had a... I seem to remember it was a clever name, which makes me all the more angry that I forgot it. But I found Lord Gloom through Cobalt Core, which is a wonderful sort of deck-building roguelike through Alina of the Arena. Thank you. And I believe you've played or plan to play Cultist Simulator. But anyways, a nice broadcaster, somebody you should check out, definitely. And we've got a few people. So Oswin Meow has apparently recently started streaming and has been doing Cultist Simulator, and has also been very kind in terms of talking about my stream to other people. So, all right, give me just 1 more minute. Yeah, so realistically, I want to try and make a winning move here. So just so I can clarify, Radu6, you said, can you do a quick summary on the bottom and right panels of this menu? And it's actually easier for me to start with the bottom panel because this was added later in the game. This thing is actually one of the reasons why I'm taking the time to do this madness in the menu here. So This is an effort to try and help the player. The drawback is that I've put a bunch of stuff in this menu to complicate it. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start with one element. So first of all, you've got nothing, right? So in this case, we've gone to the Alchemist Glassware. We've found that in the Flood Gallery, keeping in mind that you would have started on the other side of this bridge, and sorry, the Wall Street Journal successfully got my attention with a push notification here. What? Wow. All right. It's a article about bedtimes. I am not following that advice. It's basically about. So the weird thing is, I'm actually living this a little bit because of the new job. But like, so this wasn't the actual headline, but basically it's about how the headline that got me in was different from what's actually in the WSJ. But basically, opening lines: so much for parties, clubs, and bars with the when the late hours strike on a Saturday night. Place to be for more young adults is asleep in bed. Today's 18 to 35-year-olds say that they understand the link between sleep and health better than people once did, with many seeing the long and short-term benefits of more shut-eye. Younger people also say they take comfort in seizing control over their bedtime routines, finding solace in saying no to even a late-night dinner. Businesses have adjusted in turn, with bars adding matinee dance parties and other daytime events. And then sort of there's more and more on this stuff, but like, again, like I mean I stream, right, and I'm also used to being located on the West Coast, so this, you know, this would be an early time for me to be streaming if I was on West Coast time, but is technically quite late in terms of where I would be broadcasting, you know, in Eastern time. But the thing is that I have a commute now to get to work, and I want to be at work, and I also just want to do well. So as a result, I have actually been going to bed earlier. So, ever been afraid to sleep, not knowing if you'll wake up? I've not had that. However, for the last couple of... Yeah, I'm saying this while Cured has got his first night off, being able to watch the stream. Cured works through the night, so I've definitely had jobs where that's required of me. But yeah, there's just I'm not a morning person. I don't think I ever will be a morning person, but I have been getting up quite early for me for this job. And it's one of the reasons I'm so tired this week, because I am somewhat fighting with myself to make the times work. But the earlier time for sleep is starting to win out. So it's weird. Like, that was the reason why it caught my attention, right? Because this is something that it's not just the was it the Bader-Meinhof effect? Is everybody familiar with this? So I know it's got a proper scientific name, but I know we've got a biologist, so I'm going to assume that may be a little overlap with some of the psychology. Maybe you have to do like psychology electives or something, but let me see if I can find this. It's just the frequency illusion. Frequency illusion is a cognitive bias in which a person notices a specific concept, word, or product more frequently after recently becoming aware of it. The name Bader-Meinhof phenomenon was coined in 1994 by Terry Mullen in a letter to the St. Paul Pioneer Press. The letter describes how after mentioning the name of the German terrorist group Bader-Meinhof once, he kept noticing it. This led to other readers sharing their own experiences of the phenomenon, leading it to gain recognition. It was not until 2005 when Stanford linguistics professor Arnold Zwicky wrote about this effect on his blog, the name frequency illusion was coined. So yeah, I mean, this is almost exactly the thing that I'm running into, right? I've been thinking about my bedtime a little bit more often, and all of a sudden the Wall Street Journal pings up an article, and I, like a complete sucker, open it up when I should be focusing on your entertainment. And I've not forgotten that I still owe you an explanation of these panels, Radu6, but that is what the algorithm did for me. So, but to answer the question, have you ever been afraid to sleep not knowing you will wake up? I've never had that problem, but weirdly enough, for the last couple of months, I have had a fairly vivid image of something that has never happened to me, and yet the more detailed I can, I can kind of describe it in great detail, and it definitely creates a very profound feeling of discomfort, to a point that it kind of wakes me up a little bit. I'm not 100% sure what explains it, but that's what I've been contending with lately. But yeah, I've actually never been I guess the thing for me, I'm never that worried about not waking up, for the simple reason that I'm not technically there to experience it if that happens, right? My problems are over if I don't wake up. It's the people who've got to find me that have to deal with my messy apartment. Sorry, give me a second. I poured way too much tea. Okay, explanation time. So, the way crafting works in this game, it's a little bit like Cultist Simulator, although it has its variations. Less in terms of rituals and more about the individual knowledge you're bringing. So the first thing that we've got the Flood Gallery, and inside the Flood Gallery there is a workbench, and this is the Alchemist glassware. Now, not every workbench will accept every input. So specifically for these top three entries, and I know this isn't the part you were asking, but I think this might be helpful for people just to get a grip on what's going on. Pretty much every workbench, there might be a couple of exceptions to this, but you get to put in an element of the soul. So in this case, it's got the element of the soul aspect, a skill, and a memory, but it has to be one of the ones which match one of these aspects at the top here. So this is just a little helper. The actual determinant is in the slot itself. Next, there are the slots that are specific to the workbench that you're working on. So in this case, the Alchemist glassware will accept things with the leaf aspect, the root aspect, the feet of a plant, material aspect, remains aspect, or flower aspect. That's in the substance slot. And in the solution slot, it will accept a liquid or a fuel. So this would mean if I want to add, let's say, the quartz chunk, I could only put that in substance, whereas if I wanted to add the iotic essence, I would only be able to add that in solution. And you'll notice here that the only restriction on these is that it can't be fatigued. So these have to be Forge, Grail, Lantern, or Winter, whereas substances and solutions can have any aspect. The last thing that I'll do here is it'll describe challenges. So you've got apprentice level challenges. The simplest techniques require skill alone. For basic recipes, provide 5 degrees of the relevant aspect. Scholar level challenges. More advanced techniques require power as well as significant skill. For more challenging recipes, provide 10 degrees of the relevant aspect. Every scholar level recipe also needs an ingredient with a specific aspect. And finally, keeper level challenges available only to the wise, the great, or the most fortunate of idiots. For the most challenging recipes, provide 15 degrees of the relevant aspect. every keeper level recipe also needs a very specific ingredient. The perfect ingredient may mean you need less aspect. So with that in mind, what I start doing is I say, okay, well, I know I need an element of the soul, so we'll take lantern for start. So notice now that we've got some new entries here. So we've got powers, challenges, expertise, and forms. So the thing here is that the challenges were there to begin with, right? These came with the workbench. But what you'll notice is that every item that was added here is actually present on this card. Faust, sight, perception, inspiration, all the glory's gifts. So 5 lantern, 4 sky, element of the soul, and occupant. So some of these are not relevant towards crafting. All that this is a bit of a tally to let you know what aspects you're working with. So let's say I wanted to maximize the sky. Well, I can't directly apply sky in here, right? But one thing I could do is I could say, well, I know there's a lantern in a sky with glazier and lightsmithing, so we'll add that here. And I'm like, okay, well, I need a memory that's got Forge, Grail, Lantern, or Winter. And I know a Didymos has the Lantern aspect, and it comes with 6 sky. So if I were to add up all the sky, so we've got 4, we've got 9, so that's 13, and then we add 6, well, there's the 19. And then basically, I think you've kind of got the idea now, but basically, as long as I'm meeting these requirements, I can keep adding more and more items. So in this case, let's add the Nillikant, right? So now I've got some extra winter to work with, and it's got beverage and liquid. But basically, this is just a way for it to keep track of everything that's inside the workstation, and it's to help you know what aspects you're working with. Now, the second question you had was this craftable. So this was added in a patch. So this game is still under active development, and in fact, they've announced the first DLC for it called The House of Light, which I'm quite interested in because the Lighthouse Institute appears in the live event called The Locksmith's Dream, which is hosted by a company called Tricuspid Limited. They're also doing a Lovecraft-themed one called The Key of Dreams this year. So I suspect I won't be able to attend unless things really go weird in the workplace. But I am interested to hear what people have to say about that. But basically, people wanted something to help keep track of recipes. So I've got a spreadsheet that I've been working with, but this is something present inside the game that will let you know what the recipes are. Now, if you have discovered a recipe, then you'll see what's required here. So, for instance, the Deer Day lens only requires 5 lantern, whereas Gervanite can be made with 10 sky, but it needs a metal present as well. And if you haven't discovered a recipe yet, it goes in the undiscovered box. So in this case here, one of the reasons why I suspect that I need some other aspect is because I believe I have tried a bunch of different lantern and sky combinations. Now remember, it said here for keeper level challenges that you need a very specific ingredient. And so in this case here, this is one of the more challenging ones because not only do I need a very large amount of a specific aspect, but if I've got the wrong item, I could maybe have the right aspect, but I have the wrong item to add, it would still not show me what it is. But basically, when you start with a new skill, all of these have question marks on it. And then this is a nice little way of sort of getting some confirmation that you still have other things to discover. So one of the possibilities I'm considering here is that this might be edge related, but the other thing I want to take a look at is there a mention of glazier and lightsmithing in my my document here that I forgot. So the funny thing is that I didn't need to guess. The lion in the glass gave me the Ashertine recipe, and each flame his fuel gives me the Uzalt recipe. However, I believe we already have found Ashertine and Uzalt, which means I'm sort of stuck. So what I'm going to go for here is Natalia Brulot's quote here. Break a weapon, what have you made? A way, a new light, a weapon? I I'm actually using the Apple app Numbers, but I have Numbers, I have a couple of physical notebooks, and then I've got a tablet to write sort of more ephemeral notes. So I've a handful of different sources, but the game's wonderful for that, right? Like this is almost where it becomes a LARP instead of a instead of a traditional role-playing game, because if you're playing a game about sort of occult mysteries and trying to find the secrets that lie beneath the skin of the world, and if you're actually sitting there with a whole bunch of just scrawlings of complete nonsense all over the place around you, number one, that's the moment where you kind of look up in the mirror and realize your life has taken a terrible turn. But number two, then you're like, okay, this is actually a really good game. I'm way too into this. And whomst among us has not looked like a madman hunched over esoteric writing? Okay. So the only edge recipe that I've written down that I can't make right now is the one for the invincible audacity. So I think I am going to try to make a winning move. Let's do disciplines of the hammer. Then we can add Arab. Doesn't really matter what memory I throw in. So establish a synthesis of alternatives. Like Radu 6 with oxygen not included. I have that. I just haven't put quality time into it yet. I really should. Support my fellow Canadians in their game development. So the other possibilities, and again, I'm taking the hint here from Natalia Brulot. So break a window, what have you made? A way, a new light, a weapon. We've already tried lantern. We're trying a weapon. And so the last that I can think of would be a way, which is knock. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my knock sheet. Well, there's a bit of good news and bad news on this one, I suppose. I guess the only two I would really work with a knock would be Glassfinger Toxin and Orichalcum. And I have both of those. So, but then the question is, how do I attach... I gotta find a way to combine these. Well, okay, St. Januarius is a start. Actually, St. Januarius is great for this. So we go Shapt, Glaziering and Lightsmithing. So let's take the Curious Hunch for the memory. Hang on. Does the Glassfinger Toxin count as a pigment? Nope, it counts as a liquid, so that's not going to work. I don't think any of these do the trick. Okay, let's double back. I don't think this one works either because it doesn't let me put the Glassfinger Toxin in. Then again, the Glassfinger Toxin... That doesn't work because I can't bring in Lantern. Apologies in advance. Yeah, that doesn't have Sky. Yeah, so I'm going to have to be above ground for this stuff, but it's actually tricky to think about how I'm going to make the Sky/Lantern and knock work. Okay, Gullscry Workbench is a start, but again, I need to find a way of getting the Glassfinger Toxin in there. Interesting. This is not the sort of challenge I thought. Well, okay, hang on. This is easier than I thought. Glaziering and Lightsmithing. I can add the Shaft because we have Forge. I can even add the Curious Hunch, which I wasn't expecting. So here we can add the Glassfinger Toxin into the solution. So now I just need to find 3 more knock. That's easier said than done, actually, but I think a Gervinite might do the trick. Got it. Chronsicord. This is kind of one of the reasons why I wanted to work with this smaller list, because we've done... Like, we didn't need to... I guess the first one, or I guess Auroral Contemplations, we kind of went through, started to go through a list a little bit more. But some of these have actually just been a matter of thinking about it. We might be at the end with it for Weaving and Not Working, though. I could have met my match here, but let's see what we can do. So we've got Valentine DeWolf with Weaving and Not Working. I suppose if I had a guess, probably, quote, he, Valentine DeWolf. So if I had a guess, I would say maybe Sky, because of the reference to Valentine. I'm pretty sure we've tried all the heart and the moth stuff. Let me just double check. Okay. So for a starter, I can't quite see how I can make this work with Sky, but I'm going to, because I don't really see a whole lot of other options. So let's take the Dijumos and the Wind and wait. No, that doesn't work. Although we could probably just add another Faust here. He's going on instinct. I like it. Put down the notes, coach. Okay, so Ascendant Harmonies turn into Dijumos. We've got 15 Sky present with Weaving and Not Working. So that's not it. The Mazarine Fife produces Wind and Waiting. Again, the Weaving and Not Working doesn't really imply music here, which is basically anything that Sky does. But, you know, we've got the note for Valentine, you know, in the sky he sought his friends, that sort of stuff. So, let's try with the Mazarine Fife so I can say I did it. And then we will move on to other possibilities. That doesn't work for me, but this should. It doesn't. Okay, that's interesting, because you would associate Valentine's room with the Gullscry workbench. So there might be something... Might be something I'm missing. Actually, there is one other thing I want to try, and that is a name day riddle. So let's find a quiet little moth place for me to work with. I'm probably going to regret this, but we'll do Edict's Liminal. We will add the rain. We'll attach that to a Faust. No problem, Kieran. This is this is your leisure time. You get to do whatever you want with it, but I'm happy to have you back. Okay. So let's eliminate the possibility with the Mazarine Fife. Just so I can feel a little better about what I'm doing. This might do the trick. So we can add the Didymos. Ugh, this is going to be tricky. Okay, so Mazarine Fife. Okay, clever guy, where do I get my 2 Sky from? I mean, I guess I can make another Fife, but that strikes me as a really dumb way to do it. So made of wood, woven remain. Woven. Swaddled Thunder should have a Sky side. You're kidding me. Because it counts as a fabric, not woven. Urgh! Good lord. I gotta find a shrine that will take a tool, I think. So the reason I need to find the tool is because I need the Mazarine Fife. Here we go. Oh, what's the goal? So, Kieran, we actually managed to get 4 of my shortlist taken care of. We've got Weaving and Knotworking, Purifications and Exaltations, Lockworks and Clockworks, Insects and Nectars, Spices and Savors, Stitching and Binding, Pearl and Tide, Serpents and Venoms, and Furs and Feathers as sort of the outliers. And Weaving and Knotworking is the one that I haven't quite been able to... Actually, hang on. I didn't check the sheet, so... 2 Wombs, 1 Heart by Thyrza Blake. There are long passages expounding notable techniques for weave work and thread fight. In particular, when witch and sister flee across the sea to be together, Thyrza explains how they fashioned a peace weave with Heart in these arts, and then, to tame the winds, called on Heart again to swaddle the thunder with peace weave. Okay, well, no, that's Swaddled Thunder, so we already know that one. Yeah, that's more or less what I'm trying to do, Kieran. I mean, if it doesn't turn out by the time Numa comes, so be it. But I want to try and make this work. The big challenge I'm running into right now is I don't have a lot of things that will accept tools. I have desks that will accept tools, but there's other problems with those. So like my best bet for Sky goes actually the Pale desk won't work, but I think Natan's might. No, but Nona's might. Yeah. So the problem here is that under papers, I can't really put anything in there, so we're only at 10 Sky. So it's all well and good for me to add the Mazarine Fife, but there isn't, so far as I can tell, there isn't anything that'll go in here that gives me 2 Sky. It's basically books and papers, and last I checked, there's no Sky paper. Typewriter is forged, though. So, I'm looking for a workbench. First of all, I want some kind of a workbench that will take a tool. So the Windlick workbench was close, but it wouldn't accept one of the other inputs that we needed. I don't think these take tools, no. This had promise because it takes sky, but we're at the same problem where made of wood, woven, remains, tool, and ductile doesn't give me anything that's useful in terms of getting the sky aspect, which makes me think that probably the sky approach is the wrong way to think about this problem. What happens in Numa? We win! It's been a while, but we've written a history in our journal, and I tried to submit it at the tree, or the U, but you actually have to do that at Numa, it turns out. So I wanted to spend the intervening time trying to learn as much as I could about the house and the various recipes and other goodies. And we're close. There's just a few stragglers which are a little more difficult to manage than I thought. Okay, you know what? I'm going to say let's leave the sky... Well, hang on. This wouldn't take weaving and not working. Otherwise, that would have been promising. Let's leave the sky hypothesis aside for a while. Let's take a look at some of the other moth things that I... So it's been skin shuck mead for the most part. Okay, so we did actually try a number of things with weaving and not working already. So heart and moth are looking less likely, but I have not tried name day riddle yet. So I'm actually going to leave weaving and not working aside for a bit because I do want to try the name day riddle before moving forward. But purifications and exaltations is the next one. So no one ever truly wants to be truly changed. Azoth and Refulgan are justly feared, but no one who has been changed would choose to go back. George Collars, the unappreciated hero of Book of Hours. Alright, so let's see, what are we working with here? Good Lord. Okay, so I have a feeling this is going to be all about changing iotic and xanthotic essence, and... Although I probably have already tried this stuff. Yeah, so iotic to xanthotic, but if I add xanthotic, it doesn't do that. Now it does mention Refulgan, so I'd be foolish not to... Okay, and then Azoth. But of course those are keeper level recipes, so I wasn't exactly expecting that. But I am going to try the Orichalcum, because Orichalcum normally gives Azoth. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to spike the lantern. I'm going to go for Forge now. This is going to get hard, but... let's say, for starters... Oh god, we're really far behind on the Forge. So this is meaningless. Bitter black salts aren't enough. That's interesting that I'm so short on forge. I guess I'm gonna have to try to make do with the lantern that I have, because I don't think I'm gonna have enough forge to really make this stuff sing. Cool. Okay, these are lantern alternatives for making the... Oh god, so what's the last of these things that I want to do? And I haven't tried Ascend Harmony? Amazingly enough, if I add an Ascendant Harmony... I'm doubting myself, but it said, yeah, Ascendant Harmony is not transformed. Okay. Jesus. So I'm trying to remember what the... Actually, honestly, the easiest thing for me to do right now is just add in a bunch of different liquids and see what comes out. I definitely think it needs to be a little bit more of the like bitter black salt variety, because there was something about... There was like a switch between iotic and xanthotic essence, and there was a bitter black salt, and then there was a... this is what frustrates me. Transformations and liberations, I think, might be the one that tells me how that works. Oh, that's interesting. It's got iotic essence. Both xanthotic and bitter black created iotic. So this is the reverse of that. Interesting. Oh, okay. So I wonder if this is simpler than I'm making it out to be. So we can't make Uzalt, that's pretty clear. But have I tried the Ichor Auroral? Okay, so we can't make Porphyroin off of that. No Ashertine. This is going to be so silly if it's the chimeric larva it's looking for. Oh. I think... Doesn't want the cage. I think I can make this work. That was worth a shot. Kieran's asking what everybody's favorite snack is when I'm bringing up the chimeric larva. Suspicious. Okay, smart guy, what's the trick here? Because I guess technically purifications apply to just about everything in this game. Tried these. I'll try the Refulgent again, just to be clear. Not even sure what's going on, but you maintain your answer. I had waffle fries, actually. They were like a bonus place I ordered and gave me. That was okay. Been trying to move away from fries for a bit, but yeah, actually, one of the things, my mom was Australian, so this is before I was born, but when they were traveling in the States, she asked for, like, they were ordering, and for a side she asked for chips, which of course to her, right? Like, I think most people probably get the chips thing, right? Like fish and chips, right? But yeah, apparently what they did was they actually went and got like a side dish, like of those like single packs of like what would be called crisps in the UK. Which, I mean, kudos for the customer service, right? But yeah, no, they totally wanted fries. I love it when people write that, Oswin. That is like one of my favorite internet jokes. I mean, I can't imagine the Lethe having an effect, but I'm running out of things to throw in here. Okay, so obviously the throw random things in isn't exactly producing results. At this point, I'm just thinking of all the things that I can turn into level 15, or into keeper level recipes. At this point, I need to start thinking about memories, but the only memory that really applies in this case is the Ascendant Harmony. So what else? Well, I suppose we have the Old Moment. Okay, well, we're definitely not making an Earthquake name out of that. That's clear. Oh, you know what we haven't done? Nillicant, and that would definitely count as a purification. How much you want to bet that that's the one? I really thought that was going to be it. Okay. Pyrus Orichalcinius. Guess we need to do that in the jail. This one I feel a little less confident in, but okay, no surprises that didn't work. Rubywise Ruin, again. These are, I feel like these are kind of moving off the mark. Did I already try the Parabate? Or not Parabate, Perinculate. I am delighted by the multicultural chat going on. Just to be clear, the official spellings of everything in this channel will involve lots of extra U's. My apologies to the Americans. Actually, they're not extra U's. They are the proper number of U's. Color. Okay. It's like, it's really clear there is a subset of things I should be exploring. Actually, you know what I should be doing? Well, I guess we've already had the sky present for most of this stuff, so what else should I be considering? I mean, I guess if I could improve a... I wonder. How do I even get... Yeah, so that's not going to work. I need... There are very few places that will accept... Well, no, there's nothing that'll accept fabric except the loom, so... I'm just going to double check something here. So if we add the Didymos, we add the Purifications and Exaltations. So that actually gives me enough for the lantern in the sky, no matter what. The funny thing is, so unless it's a pet, but then again, there aren't really any more pets to level up except for the chimeric larva. I think I'm just going to go over each of the different ingredients that I can put in. Okay, so basically we've got a winning move and the Ichor Auroral, so we don't have a winning move to work with, so the best that I can do here is try the Ichor Auroral, which we already know doesn't make a Porphyryne. We've also tried the Ichor Vitreous. Sky upgrades, like, hang on. Yeah, so I mean, the Ascendant Harmony is the only real upgrade that I can imagine here, and we've already tried that, so... Heart would be upgrading the Thunderskin's Paean to Swaddled Thunder. Oh, but Gideon's Soaks would produce January Sanguinary, so I should probably try Gideon's Soaks. Okay. So it was either Nillicant or Essential Periost. Essential Periost makes a year tally, whereas Nillicant makes... Or sorry, Solomon's Preparation makes Nillicant. Neither of those work. The Living Relic makes how... Well... I mean, maybe we could try it. There is also the question of the Earthquake name, but it would be hard for me to believe that Collars would be producing an Earthquake, seeing as he wanted to stop Earthquakes. But I might as well give it a shot. We will do our Sacred Her... Oh, that's right. I can't add that in there. So, my best bet would be to use the T. Okay. Nuts. I think we already tried the Ruby-Wise Ruin, but I want to, I just want to eliminate the stuff that I can put in the, I want to make sure all the liquids and stuff like that have been handled. Okay, if it's honey, I'm gonna laugh. I'm kind of glad it's not, but that would have been really funny if Skin-Shuck Mead was the final purification. Lethe technically is, I mean, that can produce an ink. Now, I've noticed that we haven't actually been making Incastum Terminale, and if we're seeing a reference to collars, I can't imagine the Incastum would be relevant. I think we already tried the glass finger a couple of times, but just for completeness. Asmiel doesn't strike me as the sort of thing we'd want to put in, but it does produce black sapphire wash, so okay. I suppose technically I should try an enduring reflection as well, but that gets complicated. And interestingly enough, I don't have that many forge ingredients, or forge recipes. Okay, so let's see what the Shrine to Saint Januarius produces. If I put an enduring reflection in, and I need to find another sky. Okay, fair enough. Oh, but we don't have a full amount of lanterns, so... Okay. Now this would accept pets, too. Okay. So the reason I like this is that we have all of the sky and all the lantern that we need. Maybe. I think we already said the chimeric larva wasn't an option, but okay. I'm running out of things to upgrade. I wish I had a slightly more organized spreadsheet on what the keeper level recipes are. Okay. So if I go back to... Actually, here's an interesting idea. So I looked at the forge list and I said, okay, well, the only thing that we've got on the forge list is Azoth. So Azoth we make by putting orichalcum in place. And the other thing that's appealing about that, right, is the quote from Callers. No one ever truly wants to be truly changed. Azoth and Refulgan are justly feared, but no one who has been changed would choose to go back. Now, we've done the Refulgan, right? That's the 5 lantern. We've got Torg's Cleansing, Ascendant Harmony, Xanthotic Essence, either from Liquid or from Iotic Essence, and we've got sort of the Transformations and Liberations equivalent, lantern equivalent. The one thing that isn't present in this list is Azoth. Now, I could be totally wrong on this, but there's 2 possibilities that I can see. And that's making Azoth through Nock or Azoth through Forge, if this is a hint. So if we add the Shapt... how on earth do... Oh, no, this is an easy one. Okay. Sacrament Ascite. Oh, do I not have a Sacrament Ascite? That sucks. I must have used the last one. Yeah, it's the one with the key on it. Oh no, here it is. Okay. The other possibility is Forge, which I probably should have tried first because this actually does take Forge. Ah! Iotic Essence should do the trick, though. Got it. All right. Uses Orichalcum to catalyze the ferocious Nock solvent called Azoth. Like I said, George Collars is the unappreciated hero of Book of Hours. Some people may not like him because he was the governor of that prison we spent some time in. But you know what? Tough but fair is the only thing I have to say to those people. Okay, so it's just weaving and not working that sort of confounded me this far. Let's move on to Lockworks and Clockworks. This one's going to be a bit tricky because of its Nock side. The Little Ways of Little Machines. Now I'm going to guess we probably already have a Chronsicord out of all of this. Yeah, no surprises there. So I suppose the first thing I should maybe want to try is to see whether or not I can do the same trick with how do I do this? Well, but then I couldn't get the Orichalcum in. Tricky. Okay, so we've added the Gervanite. I don't know. Feel like Azoth is not a bad one to try, but I also kind of feel like if that was it, I would have found it already. Okay. So if I try switching this out for 4G stuff. Fair enough. Little Ways of Little Machines. we've tried the Kronsicord. So interestingly enough, we've tried all of the forge and all of the knock things here. Okay, so first thing I should be consulting is my reading. Okay, so nothing from the texts either to guide me on this one. So this could be literally anything. This is a tough one just because once you have the little ways of little machines and you've done the Kronsicord, you really don't have a whole lot else to work with. So I'm almost wondering, it might actually be much simpler than I thought. No, that doesn't work. I don't think I can put the... The omen might be a signal too. Well, we're already 16, so that's clearly not going to do anything. So what I'm trying to do here is see if maybe just the sky and the Gervinite make the item I'm looking for. Where on earth do I even put this? I guess one of these benches might do. Clearly not that one. You know, come to think of it, it may actually just be the... It may just be the foundry that actually takes that now. That's going to make that hard to get the sky then. Because this doesn't take Faust. Okay, well let's do our best. So I can probably add the Didymos. Yeah. So that's 12 of what we need. The Gervinite... So how do I come up with 3 sky? I can come up... Well, weirdly enough, I can come up with 2. It's just the third that I struggle with in this case. But this is a material, so I should be able to add materials other places. I don't think these altars will do it, but let's not make assumptions. Nope. Hmm. Hmm. These aren't too hospitable to Sky as well, so I need to keep that in mind. So the problem here, this does take materials, but it doesn't take Lockworks and Clockworks. So this is definitely one of these puzzlers for me, because essentially if I want to try iterating over every possibility for Lockworks and Clockworks, not only am I going to have to try sorry, about how many is that? I think I missed I think I might be missing some context for that. Radu6, could you clarify? Yeah, so the drawback that I'm running into on this one is that, assuming that it's not Nock or Sky that I'm working with, I would have to iterate over every combination of aspect and its special ingredients. Oh, how many items you could try. Let's be charitable and say that it's 2 for each aspect. So it'd be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. I would guess there's about, for keeper level recipes, I'd be trying 26 different combinations. And then keeping in mind that I would need to put that over 13 different aspects. That's a rough guess. That's not an exact, but I think probably Lockworks and Clockworks is one I'm going to put on the too hard. Yeah. So, well, okay. So just to be clear, when I say there's no literature as a hint, if there is a hint present in the books, I have not yet discerned it, and it could be that it's in a book that I have not encountered yet in the game. Because generally this game does not do the whole, like, okay, you just brute force it and that's how you solve these things. Sometimes I brute force it so that I can get, because I'm at my wit's end, and I sometimes, if I just want to, break a jam, seeing how something got solved can sometimes put me on the right track for the other ones. But I think at this point I'm willing to leave. So we've got weaving and not working on the too hard pile. We've got insects and nectars on the too hard pile. Or sorry, Lockworks and Clockworks. Let's try insects and nectars and see. The most fortunate of idiots, indeed. So let's see what insects and nectars can give me. Okay, so we've got the Perilous Imago, we've got Maricat. What would be another way? And I have to have tried honey with this, surely. I don't actually have a recorded moon attempt with honey on this, so let's just eliminate possibilities right away. I don't recall if the cuckoo honey has moon aspect. It doesn't, so under substance we would need to find some moon. Curious hunch? Nope. Oh, God. You blank? Nope. I mean, if I really need the moon, we can get the black sapphire wash. I can't believe that. So what I might have done is I might have tried honey, but I didn't try the brew a moth liquor with the honey. I haven't tried cuckoo honey. The Blumberende were rogues and trickster heroes among the carapace kinds. Ingenious, brave, prolific, untrustworthy. In Numa, their children might yet bring their gifts to ordinary hives. Okay, spices and savors, which is also a nectar one. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. Spices and savors. There is no sacrifice without sustenance. So I think the first thing I should probably try is the Azoth, just because that seems to have been an underappreciated forge recipe that I haven't... Okay, so that's definitely off the list. Bitter black salts might also be something I want to try. I don't think I can put that under solution, though. So iotic essence would be the answer there. Okay. Maybe something with xanthotic essence? Doesn't really hit the spices and savors part of the equation, though, does it? I should have put the bitter black salts back in. Okay. And I remember that this was previously had a reference to Ambrose's cookbook. No, I actually have a bunch of tabs for. So what I used to do. So the original thing that I had was I had a sheet that basically did what this craftable sheet does. So what I've been doing lately is when I am trying to go through a bunch of different skills like I did before. So I've been basically working with a subset of all the skills that I had empty memories for. So basically the subset I've been working with was Tridesma Hyra, Auroral Contemplations, Inks of Containment, Glaziery Lightsmithing, Purifications and Exaltations. I can't remember if I said Weaving and not working yet. Lockworks and Clockworks, Insects and Nectars, and then the ones that I'm working on right now, Spices and Savors, Stitching and Binding, Pearl and Tide, Serpents and Venoms, and Furs and Feathers. So basically we have 5 more to work with. And what I did was I opened a new tab for each aspect that I was working with, just so I could get an idea in terms of what the different combinations were. Now, in general, there's a usual pattern. So if you want to make the Sacrament Malachite, most of the time, in fact, all of the time, if I recall correctly, you're going to need to use a special pair called Pyrus Orichalcinius. Orichalcinius. Or maybe it's Orichalcinus. Anyways, the fancy pair, the Numa pair. So the other nectar recipe I think was Maricat, which used lethe. I'm pretty sure we've already tried that with spices and savors. It also doesn't really match the kind of the culinary approach. Although weirdly enough, I would imagine that the honey would. Actually, one thing that weirds me out a little bit is I don't see an entry for the cuckoo honey. So I'm going to take a quick second just to make sure it's not as easy as that. I'm pretty sure we already tried this, but I would feel better if I knew for sure. So normal honey, whoops. Normal honey doesn't do anything. Cuckoo honey, yep, fair enough. I actually also get the option of trying the lethe as well, but I don't see that pushing us over the edge. So one thing I don't remember is if I actually tried to make the Azoth. Actually, it's getting a little clearer to me now. I tried and it didn't work. Okay. So the nectar side, the forge side don't seem to be producing what I was looking for. So what would be the next logical step? Weirdly enough, Sacrament Ascite feels like a possibility. But that would be a big knock job. So how would I make that work? Curious hunch. We could probably add the Gervanite. Yeah. Let's go double check my literature review. Okay, nothing on spices and savors. Now again, perhaps if I actually read the Ambrose book, you know, there's nothing stopping me from reading that now actually. Let's we'll use a Faust because I've got more than one. It's not a shape in smoke. I believe it's, yes, ambrosial. Ambrose Westcott's inventive, one might even say pioneering or indeed buccaneering essays into kitchen craft. So we'll see if we can maybe glean some sort of a clue out of that. The problem is that when we start thinking about spices and savors, and there is no sacrifice without sustenance, if I think about the things that use food as inputs, that would be the lethe for, or like food and beverage. We've got the lethe for Maricat. We've got the skin shuck mead that comes from the honey. We've got the Numa pear, which is already a recipe we've discovered. I guess we didn't try serpent milk. Maybe. So it would be Perinculate. That. Okay, so I need 2 more edge. Oh god, that's going to be tough. It's got to be glass, metal, or stone with 2 edge. Good god. Hang on. Invincible Audacity as Forge. I do not need to make this nearly as hard. Okay, so same trick as before. So under substances, we have a little bit more wriggle room. I can't remember if the cat wink was 2-edge or not. It is. Cat's claw, sorry. Darn, I thought I was onto something there. Okay. Maybe Gideon soaks with the January Sanguinary? How the hell do I get any heart in this? I did not do myself any favors with this setup. Okay. So if we take Gideon soaks, that would be in the Nocturnary. You won't be going to sleep until you get this. Oh God. Normally I'd be finishing in 10 minutes, but I have no intention of quitting early. We're gonna work this out. All right. So under substances, I need 3 heart, and I don't think the heart in the jar. Yeah, heart in the jar doesn't cut it. I could make a storm. No, storm is sky and heart aspect, so that wouldn't cut it. Oh, Jesus. So maybe we head down below. I see some possibilities. Okay, so we take the core, we take transformations, we'll use the Curious Hunch. We need Gideon no liquid spot, we can't add Gideon soaks. Okay, that memory's no good. I might already be blocked here. Yeah, there's no way. I mean, my health is okay, but I do actually need to put a memory in this slot, and unfortunately none of these give me heart. But we are getting closer, so maybe the Shrine to St. Januarius? Does it take the soaks, though? I suspect the dispensary will, though. Yeah, dispensary directly takes heart. But we're back to the old problem now. I can add a flower or remains, neither of which are close enough. So I'm really stuck using altars at this point. Now we've tied up the Sister to the Triple Knot. I probably should have known that would come back to bite me. So let's think about the sorts of places. Yeah, Gideon soaks aren't a beverage. I mean, I guess in a pinch I can just try the altar. Oh, hang on. The chrysalis. That might just do it. Okay, so under the ventral it can take liquids, so then we put Gideon soaks in, but I think the dorsal takes an element of the soul, so then we can add the health, which has got 4 heart, and it turns out it doesn't even matter. You could try Grail with the Sacrament Calcite, although that's a bit of a weird one. Oh, how do I get Grail in this? I keep forgetting. Oh yeah, well, that's why I got the sun's weaknesses. Okay, so Ruby-Wise Ruin for sure. That gets me another 4 Grail. So I need a Substance with 2. Fragrant Chalice ought to do the trick. I just can never remember where I put it. No, okay. You know, before I go too much further, I've been trying to make a bunch of different foods, but I haven't been trying with the nectar or the grail. So, so there we go. There's 15 nectar. So what I'm going to do here under the substances, so first of all, Perinculate. Okay, that doesn't give us serpent milk. If we try Ruby-Wise Ruin, okay, no Sacrament Calcite. What was one of the other ones I was going to try? We already tried Lethe, so that's not worth it. Well, I guess it was Gideon's Soaks. Okay. So now the idea is I try the same thing with Forge. That's going to be harder. Okay, Forge. Spices and Savors. Earthquake Names, my best memory. I need to find a substance that will give me 3 more. Maybe Gervinite? Or actually the Orichalcum probably does. So then we try the same suspects. We go Perinculate. Okay. Okay. I might move on. Because, like, again, I'm really focused on this food thing, and the thing is that for a couple of these, I am getting some memories that I can do a little bit more with. So I'm going to leave Spices and Savors to the side until we've gotten a bit more. And I may wind up doing this for a couple more as well, because I'm definitely feeling a little more fatigued than when I started. But let's soldier on. Okay. Stitching and binding. Nothing is entirely broken, nor entirely whole. Not so long as we have our needles. This is definitely one that you know, maybe the better thing for me to do is actually just take a minute and look and see what I think the Keeper recipe would be. Yeah, so the January Sanguinary doesn't come out of stitching and binding. And it doesn't upgrade the Ascendant Harmony into a Didymos. And you can't use it with the Mazarine Fife. Okay. So the question comes, I guess the question is, so nothing is entirely broken nor entirely whole, not so long as we have our needles, stitching and binding. Is it really as simple that this is maybe about getting a flushed Mommet? So I gotta find a table that lets me work with this stuff. This might do. I'll try with Sky for starters, but the flushed Mommet might actually require me to go for Grail. And I definitely don't have room for Grail here. Okay, so let's find a table that will accept what I need first. I basically need either Edge or Grail at a workbench. And it is not accommodating. Okay. So my next best... I might have to take a break, actually. I'm definitely feeling quite slow. Yeah, snack break, tea break. Other types of breaks too, but okay, here's what I'm going to do. If it's not apparent to me what I should do, I'm going to put it on the too hard list, because to be honest with you, well, like, just to be clear, Radu6, like, this is me. None of this stuff that I am doing has anything to do with the end game. This is purely for my curiosity. So, like, everything that I have discovered in terms of being able to make is something that I've been able to make using my other skills. This is me just really trying to get in to the game and be like, all right, I truly know everything there is to know about these skills now. So, like, I will expect that in probably future playthroughs, when I try to do some of this stuff, I'm going to have read certain books. And even that, I can't argue that I'm a completionist, because I suspect there are a few other mysteries in the house that I've not yet seen. But there is a point where I kind of need to, you know, invoke closure. Otherwise, I'm just going to be here all night. Okay, so the first thing I want to double check with Pearl and Tide is that we have, in fact, not already tried to get the Horizon Sight. Okay, so the thing we haven't tried is with light, but that's not really relevant here. Oh, wait, what? Okay, yeah. No, I've tried an enduring reflection. It doesn't produce a horizon sight. Yes, that is the way it should be. So with the references to the sea, I would imagine something related to the witch and sister. So then the question would be, well, what's the heart and the moth side to this? And I don't have a good answer for that. Like, I can't imagine Skinshuck Mead is the thing to do. I mean, Skinchuck Mead's easy enough to test, I suppose. But it's not an obvious step. Okay. I'm going to leave that aside for a bit. And mostly just I kind of want to just have a break. Serpents and Venoms, I seem to remember, kind of confounded me before. But again, we'll look at it and then have an idea about our next steps. What takes scale? Not this. That's the Noctonary. I keep getting the Dispensary and the Noctonary mixed up. No, Noctonary doesn't take scale either. Nobody wants the scale. So Serpents and Venoms, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a knock-oriented one waiting for me here. In fact, let's try that. So Serpents and Venoms, Shapt. I think we'd add Glassfinger Toxin for that, for the Sacrament Ascite. Aha. Okay, so something that takes Moon and Knock. Much trickier. I can see this working, though. Can't make those. Can't make that work. Maybe. But I can't fit the Glassfinger Toxin in there. And I don't think there's any moon at these altars here, so that doesn't work. Shoot. I really thought I was onto something there. Maybe. Okay, so we take Serpents and Venoms. I had the Shapt, I had the Curious Hunch. The Glassfinger Toxin has to be the liquid. Yeah, I just, this one I have a slightly clearer feeling about. Man, I really thought that was gonna do it. Okay. And then I believe there's one more Furs and Feathers. I need to find something that takes scale. Okay, beasts, birds, husbandry, harvest. So that's given us a little bit of everything. We got a wind and waiting out of the sky. We got a living relic. Beasts, birds, husbandry, harvest. Can't quite think about where the harvest gets involved. So, yes, the time has come for snacks. I'm going to try and make this not too long of a break, but I do actually have a few things I'm going to do in between, because it's clear I'm going to go for a bit of a longer run here. So, I'm going to get up. I'm going to stretch my legs, otherwise take care of things. I'll try and keep it just a couple minutes. I am going to run ads, so if you've been here, I don't know, for a minute, or if you've been here for a long time, you know, now's a good time to kind of get up and do the same. But when I return, I can't guarantee I'm going to get all of these things dealt with, but I will. I don't know. Hopefully, sometimes just moving around gives you some ideas. But, anyways, I will see you all in a few minutes.
I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me for a member.
Okay, I'm really sorry about the duration of that break. I was out of hot water. Radisix, thank you very much for following. Um, oh man, everybody's got so much better, um, so much better snacks than I do. I just went for the tea, but I did get a stretch and just catch up on a couple of things I needed to do. So, here's what I'm thinking. Well, right now it's steeping, but it's okay. It's there's this tea company which I don't really order from anymore in Canada, and they have kind of this deal. If you buy a lot, you get whatever many grams of any tea that you want. So being the complete cheapskate that I am, I usually wind up getting, a simple like Earl Grey. They have an Earl Grey, and then they have like a green tea equivalent to Earl Grey, which is actually kind of nice. So those were like my two go-tos, and not coincidentally, they were also the cheapest things on the menu. But the thing is that when you buy, well, the thing is too, like they do a bunch of flavored teas. Now I realize that Earl Grey is also a flavored tea. I'm not completely like obviously there are some people who just make a really big deal about not liking sweet things. Let me just be clear. I love sweet things. If you put like a pack of cookies or biscuits, as people across the Atlantic would say, in front of me, that entire thing will be gone. Like there is absolutely no hope of that thing surviving more than a couple of nights in front of me. But when it comes to tea, like generally I like tea, right? I don't like vanilla Earl Grey or gingerbread tea or something like that. I've had them. They're not bad. It's not my go-to. And that's actually really nice for that place, because very often what I find is that they will push a lot of teas that either have this very nice scent, or they do like they do like a strawberry cream or whatever. And they're fine. They do their thing. I knew someone who liked a lot of citrus flavors. I would often get them, whether it was an herbal tea or if it was, a normal tea with those. Those were all fine. I was happy to give those as gifts, but they really were not the thing I would want for tea. Generally, if I'm gonna have a tea, I'm gonna get tea, something that tastes like tea, not something that tastes like blueberries. Although I love blueberries. But what I'll usually do is I'll get my usual thing, and I know that I'm getting a good deal precisely because the particularly keen sales reps really go out of their way to try to discourage me from getting Earl Grey or something. And then like I've the one thing that really bugged me was there was one where like there was one sales rep, and like it's not like these people are on commission or something like that, but like he was really aggressive in pushing something, and he didn't exactly say it's about the same, but definitely very heavily implied it for something that was actually one of the most expensive on the menu, and like rings the thing up, and like really does the whole like kind of dares me to have a moment of social embarrassment, saying, "Oh no, that's too much. I'm not ordering that." I have absolutely no problems with. I have embarrassed myself in public plenty of times. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not paying that. Like, give me my normal, Earl Grey or whatever. So that kind of, there were a couple, like that was the worst case, but there were definitely a couple more instances where like it was really clear that these people were sort of being told, if they come in to get like a couple, get me the people's tea. Exactly. If, actually, so I noticed that this was a habit, and then what finally tipped me off was they have like these big kind of bins or whatever with the tea in them, and I got to see kind of the back part, which the customer is clearly not supposed to see, and absolutely the teas that I normally order, there is a note there, teas to recommend instead. So presumably the note from head office came, this is a loss leader, like get these people into a different tea. And I'm like, again, I wouldn't even mind paying up for a good tea. It's just that everything else that they are giving is either like the premium stuff, which I do not have a refined palate. Like the expensive tea does not taste that many dollars better than the people's tea, as Radusix puts it. So eventually it's just sort of like, this is a lot more hassle than it's worth. But the deal was basically that when you order a certain amount of tea, you get like 50 grams or whatever of whatever tea that you wanted. And inevitably, that's when I go for like the really like, super expensive teas. So this like Nepal Black or whatever I have here. And it's not bad. Like there definitely seems to be sort of this consistent taste between like they also have, what is these Dragon Pearls was this other one that they called, but like the really high end ones I do notice kind of have certain characteristics that are common. I don't even mind them, but again, it's just sort of like, yeah, I'm not gonna pay through the nose for this. So that's what I'm trying right now. But to be honest, ever since I've sort of stopped regularly going there, next time tell them you can't control the brewing temperature well enough to really enjoy that premium flavor. That's actually that's a good line, actually. I mean, then they'll just try to sell me a bunch of tea making equipment. They'll like sell me a thermometer and their perfect spoon and their, but yeah, no, it's I actually think they might have gone bankrupt. But hey, Vesper, thank you very much for the raid. But yeah, no, it's just, the supermarket I go to has kind of expanded its tea section, so they have, what is it, Harrods Gate? But yeah, no, it's they have like Yorkshire Gold now. It's not that expensive, and I noticed their loyalty program, like every couple of weeks I'll wind up getting an offer where it's like spend $30 on tea and you get, X many points, which effectively winds up being like a 10 or 20% discount. So usually what I do is I just wait to get one of those deals and I stock up on the Yorkshire, and yeah, see, everybody loves the Yorkshire Gold. So yeah, and I don't go to the checkout and have this person trying to sell me the like, Dragon Pearl, Jasmine, Blueberry Cream, scented version for, $65 a gram or whatever it is. So anyways, from Cards to Books, Vesper, it is always good to see you. Folks, for those of you who do not know Vesper Fortune, somebody who I found originally looking for somebody playing Cultist Simulator. But the actually, you know what? Because we are in a small, we're kind of recovering from a break. I might actually. Who here has not heard me read the George Orwell tea essay? Because so help me God, if everybody hasn't heard me read the George Orwell tea essay, I read this to someone this week actually. I will subject you all to it again, as long as the majority of people have not heard this essay before. But I found Vesper through Cultist Simulator. I believe he will eventually be playing Book of Hours, but has lately been playing some Final Fantasy, some Persona. Were you doing Final Fantasy today? I can't remember. Actually, Melee Mage was doing Final Fantasy. And what were you playing, Vesper? And hello, everybody from Vesper's channel. Inscription tonight, of course. I should have known that. All right, this is if you do not want to hear the Orwell tea essay, this is your last time to speak up. And then we're going to go back to trying to... We're going to go back to trying to... You hit the ending and it's an ending, all right. Okay. I'm going to have to try this now. You've actually been a pretty good source for game recommendations, Vesper. Oops. A Nice Cup of Tea by George Orwell. If you look up tea in the first cookery book that comes to hand, you will probably find that it is unmentioned, or at most you will find a few lines of sketchy instructions which give no ruling on several of the most important points. This is curious, not only because tea is one of the mainstays of civilization in this country, as well as in Erie, Australia, and New Zealand, but because the best manner of making it is the subject of violent disputes. When I look through my own recipe for the perfect cup of tea, I find no fewer than 11 outstanding points. On perhaps 2 of them there would be pretty general agreement, but at least 4 others are acutely controversial. Here are my own 11 rules, every one of which I regard as golden. First of all, one should use Indian or Ceylonese tea. China tea has its virtues, which are not to be despised nowadays. It is economical, and one can drink it without milk, but there is not much stimulation in it. One does not feel wiser, braver, or more optimistic after drinking it. Anyone who has used that comforting phrase, a nice cup of tea, invariably means Indian tea. Secondly, tea should be made in small quantities, that is, in a teapot. Tea out of an urn is always tasteless, while army tea, made in a cauldron, tastes of grease and whitewash. The teapot should be made of china or earthenware. Silver or Britannia-ware teapots produce inferior tea, and enamel pots are worse, though curiously enough a pewter teapot, a rarity nowadays, is not so bad. Thirdly, the pot should be warmed beforehand. This is better done by placing it on the hob than by the usual method of swilling it out with hot water. Fourthly, the tea should be strong. For a pot holding a quart, if you are going to fill it nearly to the brim, 6 heaped teaspoons would be about right. In a time of rationing, this is not an idea that can be realized on every day of the week, but I maintain that 1 strong cup of tea is better than 20 weak ones. All true tea lovers not only like their tea strong, but like it a little stronger each year that passes, a fact which is recognized in the extra ration issued to old age pensioners. Fifthly, the tea should be put straight into the pot. No strainers, muslin bags, or other devices to imprison the tea. In some countries, teapots are fitted with little dangling baskets under the spout to catch the stray leaves, which are supposed to be harmful. Actually, one can swallow tea leaves in considerable quantities without ill effect, and if the tea is not loose in the pot, it never infuses properly. Sixthly, one should take the teapot to the kettle and not the other way around. The water should be actually boiling at the moment of impact, which means that one should keep it on the flame while one pours. Some people add that one should only use water that has been freshly brought to the boil, but I have never noticed that it makes any difference. Seventhly, after making the tea, one should stir it, or better, give the pot a good shake afterwards, allowing the leaves to settle. Eighthly, one should drink out of a good breakfast cup, that is, the cylindrical type of cup, not the flat, shallow type. The breakfast cup holds more, and with the other kind, one's tea is always half cold before one has well started on it. Ninthly, one should pour the cream off the milk before using it for tea. Milk that is too creamy always gives tea a sickly taste. Tenthly, one should pour tea into the cup first. This is one of the most controversial points of all. Indeed, in every family in Britain, there are probably 2 schools of thought on the subject. The milk first school can bring forward some fairly strong arguments, but I maintain that my own argument is unanswerable. That is that, by putting the tea in first and stirring as one pours, one can exactly regulate the amount of milk, whereas one is liable to put in too much milk if one does it the other way around. Lastly, tea, unless one is drinking it in the Russian style, should be drunk without sugar. I know very well that I am in the minority here, but still, how can you call yourself a true tea lover if you destroy the flavor of your tea by putting sugar in it? It would be equally reasonable to put in pepper or salt. Tea is meant to be bitter, just as beer is meant to be bitter. If you sweeten it, you are no longer tasting the tea. You are merely tasting the sugar. You could make a very similar drink by dissolving sugar into plain hot water. Some people would answer that they don't like tea in itself and that they only drink it in order to be warmed and stimulated, and they need sugar to take the taste away. To those misguided people, I would say, try drinking tea without sugar for, say, a fortnight, and it is very unlikely that you will ever want to ruin your tea by sweetening it again. These are not the only controversial points to arise in connection with tea drinking, but they are sufficient to show how subtilized the whole business has become. There is also the mysterious social etiquette surrounding the teapot. Why is it considered vulgar to drink out of your saucer, for instance? And much might be written about the subsidiary uses of tea leaves, such as telling fortunes, predicting the arrival of visitors, feeding rabbits, healing burns, and sweeping the carpet. It is worth paying attention to such details as warming the pot and using water that is really boiling so as to make quite sure of wringing out one's ration the 20 good strong cups that 2 ounces, properly handled, ought to represent. The Evening Standard, 12th of January, 1946. I already see that there is some controversy in the chat regarding some of the points. So for posterity, let me read some of the comments in here. So we've got Vesper says, I have never heard the tea essay. Cure Inscription is a very good game. Oswin says, back with pasta. Cured says, generally we call strong tea builder's tea. I'm good with builder's tea. Vesper, he was really like, I'm going to write a whole essay on how to properly make tea. He was, because nobody else had written that essay. Actually, I think Christopher Hitchens and Douglas Adams subsequently did tea essays. Austin says, as he should. Vesper wishes for an electric kettle. So for those of you who are following Vesper, be sure to like, subscribe, donate, get him that kettle. Kieran says milk first is a crime. Oswin, really? Unless you brew the tea in the milk? Oh, milk first. That makes no sense. Vesper disagrees with the sugar. I know you're joking, but no. There are forms of tea where tea is brewed in milk. Hey, the Cree, how are you doing? But yeah, no, I have read that tea essay so many times on this stream, but I'm happy every single time I read it. So I will share a little bit. I have been to the UK, and what was funny was there was somebody who had actually made me like breakfast. So I couldn't just say like, no, I'm not helping. But yeah, so they wanted some help. You're a little stressed. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Feel free to DM me if you want to chat. But honey is nice. I don't put honey in tea, but I have some honey. There used to be, I had one of the directors of photography I worked at also was a beekeeper. So we've already discussed my theory about the bees of Notre Dame, but the beekeeper DOP, he had one of them was sort of near a blueberry field, so he had a bunch of different grades. So it's like beer, right? You have like light honey and you have dark honey, and there's different sort of tastes. But the one by the blueberry field really did taste like it was by the blueberry field, and as I mentioned before, I really do like blueberries, so it's one of the things I miss about BC actually. But yeah, it's been so long since I've ever had a chance to get in touch with him, so it's been a while since I've had one of those, but it's good stuff if you ever get a chance. Royal milk tea is Japanese. You've made it a couple times. Very yummers. Yeah, I'm still not great with again, I like sweet stuff. I just generally don't do it with the tea. I should give it a try. But yeah, so anyways, when I was visiting the UK, somebody's like, they're busy doing things. Like, oh, could you make some tea? And I was like, oh yeah, okay, that's not a problem. I was like, wait, do you take it with milk? And I was like, wait. Like, of course we take it with milk. It's like they're like, you don't? I'm like, no, not really. I was like, another thing is like, oh God, it's like it's not just that I'm making tea for British people. I gotta make tea with the milk. This is so fraught. But the essay did well. I actually I told them after the fact. I'm actually really. I told them I was like, I'm really nervous because I'm making British people tea, and I don't normally have it with milk. And they're like, no, that's fine. So either they were very polite or I had no reason to be as weird. Although there is one thing I will say for this essay, because like I said, I read it to someone recently. And this idea of like not imprisoning the tea in anything. I do have like a little basket that I usually put the tea in. It's relatively free, but like it's not completely like it like I'm just not going to dump a bunch of tea leaves into a cup and then sip, right? But I've tried my French press, which I normally use for coffee. I've tried that. So like basically the leaves are just kind of sitting in there chilling. Well, actually the opposite of chilling because it's boiling water. But I honestly haven't really tasted that much of a difference, but it is actually kind of cool to look at. So I might do this more often, assuming I properly clean it out. Obviously, coffee tea probably isn't my favorite. Anyway, I'm very glad that there are a bunch of tea drinkers in chat. It makes me feel better about reading that essay. I also like reading politics in the English language, but well, this is the follow-up to Cultist Simulator. So I don't believe they use any exact music from Cultist Simulator, but they do use themes from Cultist Simulator. But yeah, it's Mickey Mar Productions. Specifically, Maribeth Solomon, I believe, is the leader, or possibly just the only composer on it. But anyways, both the Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours soundtracks are available on the various streaming services. And Book of Hours in particular, I honestly think it is probably the best thing that this composer's done. Drinking tea is a legal requirement over here. If you're not caught keeping up with your tea, you get put in the slammer. That's what that Peaky Blinders show is all about, right? A bunch of renegades who drink beer instead of tea. And how they always stay one step ahead of the law. All right. So, here's what I'm thinking. We have spent a few hours, tea in the morning, beer in the evening. Okay. We've spent quite a bit of time trying to get through this list of skills, and I would like to make some progress through the days. So what I'm going to do, I'm still going to experiment, but I'm going to experiment with the game unpaused for a little bit, and I think I have a few ideas on how to do this. So I don't want to iterate over every possible combination, but I feel that there are a few things that I can try. So let's go back to my list. So the first one on the list is weaving and not working. So here we've got the Valentine de Wolf quote. So one of the things that I can do here would be, okay, sky. I'm just trying to see what sorts of aspects I might be able to put with Valentine, because I would have guessed winter might also apply to Valentine. Apparently I put Ava ahead of Valentine, because we've got Black Nephrite, we've got Republic of Teeth. Don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. But yeah, maybe Sky is the right way to go with Valentine then. Well, see, here's the thing, though, right? I don't have... Even if I wanted to try sky, I don't really have a way of putting that together. Better now. Actually, here's something I could try. So if it's weaving and not working, and we're looking for fabric, we know there's a fabric I can make out of remains. Okay, so Frithweft is the best that we've got there. Fair enough. Well, yeah, okay, so I'm looking for a 15. I don't know, I feel like I should still be trying fabric. So... That's 9, so I would need to find... Okay, Assite might do the trick. How did you get human hair? That was actually just lying around at, in front of the aspect of the Grail, Lagia the Queen Unsated, one of the crueler aspects of the Red Grail, Lagia the Queen Unsated, devouring mother, sister lover of Antaios. One tradition has it that Lagia took animal form so that she could satisfy her craving to devour her own children and go unpunished. Another, that the animal form was the punishment for her incest. The Grail has often been tolerant of contradictions. Perhaps her part in the intercalate really was, after all, a long and subtle move to undermine eternity. Or perhaps she's just not to be trusted. Okay, that is not the one I was looking for. Okay, so knock doesn't do the trick. Moth. Okay. I mean, in fairness, it seems like everything that I've tried with fabric has basically been heart anyway, but I figured seeing as I have that human hair to play around with. So this takes remains... Actually, I guess this takes remains. We could try scale out of that. Now again, what a scale fabric looks like, I have no idea. But, okay. How the hell do I get that much scale? I mean, I think this is one, unless I can find another way of putting the remains... Well, maybe we try the Noctinary instead? No, that doesn't work. This would, though. Okay, so we've tried... Yeah, the scale we couldn't... unless I find... No, hang on, there is a... Nope, I would need to find an ink. Okay, let's do this one step at... Let's try to find the aspects that we can with the fabric. Because without that, then my best guess would be Sky with Valentine, but then we say it's like, okay, but if it's not Swaddled Thunder, then what is it? So... so I need to find another for winter. Maybe the essential periost? Yeah, it's easy for me to say I can... Okay, that doesn't... That worked? Oh my god. So there is something that I haven't built yet. Oh, Jesus. Okay. The thing is that if I use this... Man, how... I'm trying to think how... Like, so there was a... Okay, actually, this is the weird thing, right? So... I thought that winter would be Valentine, but it seems like sky is the closer association with Valentine. Yeah, man. No, this actually opens up a few other ones. Okay, actually, hang on. So stitching and... Okay, so here's what this means. I thought that basically you'd have Frithweft. Frithweft would be turned into Swaddled Thunder. It's clear now that there's Weirdweft as well. Draw winter into a web of little fates. So I'm not going to make this because this is the only fabric that I have that isn't stuck being used at the loom. Good God. Okay, well, I suppose the answer here is we try this with stitching and binding. Yeah, okay. So that's 2 more off the list. Now the catch is that I can't really think... I don't think this is going to work with the other ones. It's like Pearl and Tide, Serpents and Venoms. Well, you know what? The easy thing for us to do is let's just add the ones that we can. Okay, I mean, that still isn't bad. Okay, fair enough. Spices and savors. No. Pearl and Tide doesn't go. Serpents and Venoms. Nope. Furs and Feathers. Nope. Okay, still, 2's not bad. Lockworks and Clockworks, I genuinely have no idea. But it did occur to me that there is a film that I might want to check. The Admonitory Automata Project. Which might tell me something about Lockworks and Clockworks. There might be others. I don't know, I feel like Westcott's probably the one that would be the most about messing around with gears and stuff. We're working on Ambrose's cookbook. Actually, okay, hang on. There's another thing that's weird about Frithweft, or sorry, the Weirdweft, that I just realized. So that's just a fabric. So even though this is a keeper level recipe, it just needed fabric. But in theory, that should make it easier for me. All right. Anyways, I feel good about that. But we are going to continue to advance through the day. Oop. All right. Ambrosial. Ambrose Westcott's inventive, one might say pioneering or indeed buccaneering essays into kitchencraft. Westcott proudly announces his intention to transform cuisine to become an engine of alchemy, a fount of war. Westcott compares the ferocity of fire with the intensity of appetite as, in essence, one essence. A fire's ability to transform and destroy grows when it is offered the correct fuel. So too, he implies, can a sufficiently inspired appetite allow its possessor to consume greatly, strangely, unwisely. So the problem with this one has been trying to get together enough forge stuff. So, actually, sorry, it was Lockworks and Clockworks I was going to work on first. Okay, so with the Great Clock, Shaft, Curious Hunch. Actually, hang on. I think we were going to wait for the name day riddle on that. Also, the Great Clock seems like a really good idea right up until you realize you can't stick any of the items in. Excuse me. Okay, yeah, we're going to try spices and savors. So one option I have there, the alchemy set makes the most sense. So we've got Nectar and Forge, Nectar and Forge, Nectar, and this one, I really feel like there's got to be some kind of a Forge thing we're missing here. The problem is I cannot think of Forge food. But here's what I'm thinking I can do. We had the Iotic Essence. And maybe if I just ransack the house for like forge... So yeah, actually Westcott's compounds seem... Okay, maybe not. Thank you very much, Radu6. Oh, right. Because it talks of them being of darts of fire. That's what Westcott's referring to. Okay, so it wasn't Westcott's compounds. It was Honey-Scarred Jasmine. Oh, but it's just Azoth. Okay. A little-known secret, when prepared with extraordinary care, Honey-Scarred Jasmine can catalyze the ferocious Nox solvent called the Azoth. But yeah, and thank you, I don't know if I said this, but thank you earlier for that follow, Radu6. I appreciate it. Okay, I actually got a little lucky there, because obviously there's a lot of Forge stuff for me to mess with. But I'm not going to complain about it either. So it's Pearl and Tide, Serpents and Venoms, and Furs and Feathers. So if we're going to rely on Moon... Well, this would be Rose. So if we take a Horizon Sight, a Fett, Pearl and Tide, so that's 14. Enduring Reflection's probably my best bet, so do we try the same thing here? The depths of the sea, the waves upon the shore, and the memories of their withdrawal. Yeah, I mean, the best bet I can see here is like the Aglaophotis scented candle. But that doesn't do it. What if we use this slot? Yeah, so the problem is, I mean, the Honey Scar Jasmine again. The problem is it is much more difficult to find things that are eligible for this one. It's like either, well, we can add the Aglaophotis. No, apparently we can't. I think this is working better when I had the enduring memory. The jam can't be the, yeah. Well, unless the no, because we've already said the candle can't be the device. Okay. I think it's fair to say I am out of ideas on the rose part of this equation. So either I need to find something that'll take rose that takes different inputs than what I've got here, or I might just have to cry uncle and move on. Yeah, I think Pearl and Tide is... Pearl and Tide goes in the too tough collection. Okay. The Serpents and Venoms, I am definitely feeling that there is a Mother of Ants connection here. Actually, you know what? I should have started with that one. So what have I learned from these other examples? We're about 50-50 for trying the same aspects again. So I'm not clear on that. I think we probably need the Noctonary. Nope. Dispensary then. Right, because this needs scale. Actually, I guess the Noctonary is the one then. But I can't add knock, so does that really get me anything? We'll try moon. Okay, so we've got moon, scale, scale, question mark. So let's imagine here for a minute that this is moon. So we can add the black sapphire wash. So these are the mother's neglected children, and we prefer that they pass not through any door. So the Ichor Auroral, That would be if I wanted to make porphyrin. Yeah, and like the thing is, I guess porphyrin gives you knock, but I don't quite have the same way of connecting that with the Mother of Ants. However, Glassfinger toxin makes the sacrament acite. That actually feel. I should. Yeah, no, that. I think I tried this with Knock, and if I just tried this with Moon, I could have saved myself a whole bunch of trouble. So, the Mother and Ants probably was the clue, and I just tried to get too clever. Okay. So that's telling me that probably for... Well, I mean, weaving and not working wasn't... I don't know, like it's 50-50, right? Like weaving and not working was a totally different aspect, but the secret to that one was we were trying different types of, you know, come to think of it, I think we've actually used Glassfinger Toxin with Moon before. So that was doubly bad for me. Anyways, no point in beating myself up. So yeah, weaving and not working was weird. Spices and Savors did wind up being a forge thing after all. Now, okay, Spices and Savors was pure dumb luck. You keep getting an ad for an Apple to 3.5mm jack converter. You use Android. They're still working on the whole targeting thing, I guess. But I mean, even if it was dumb luck, like Spices and Savors still was Forge. Okay, so here's what we do. Pearl and Tide... Well, no, we just tried Pearl and Tide, and the Rose didn't work there. But I guess that... I really should try more Rose stuff, I feel like. So that leaves us Furs and Feathers and Lockworks and Clockwork. So Furs and Feathers... how the hell do I even make this work? Okay, Horned Axe. Let's see what we're working with. So, scale, sky, sky, scale, sky, scale. See, this feels like this should work, except for the fact there's just so little to use in this slot. So unless it's Blitzclaver's not, which it might work, right? I still haven't... Nope. Okay, so we're going to do what we tried last time. And basically look for any consumables. Yeah, like Beast Birds, Husbandry, Harvest, I really don't have any idea of what it's looking for here. I mean, we can add the snake, but... I guess there's nothing stopping me from adding the Mommet. I feel like we already tried the Living Relic, but... yeah, we're coming up short. I don't know, I don't feel too bad about where we wound up with this. We do... we do seem to have knocked down a few more. But I'm going to need to find a better scale bench to... In Pearl and Tide, with Keeper level Edge, winning move is a precursor to an Invincible Audacity. Now the funny thing is we got that for Glacier and Lightsmithing, so that's not a thing anymore. But is this a way to the wood? But perhaps the wood is not a suitable place for a librarian. So this is the thing we were waiting for Lockworks and Clockworks. This is slightly encouraging because I haven't been able to do anything with the Name Day Riddle yet. And this would also fit with the Great Clock, which kind of only takes memories. So... See, that makes sense right up until I acknowledge the fact that I don't have a sky. Well, again, like, technically it doesn't always have to be knock and sky, but still, we just need to add one knock, so glass finger. Alright. Thought that might work. Yeah, so I somehow need to figure out how to combine a bunch of sky. I think there was a side of me which said, what if this is just a bunch of... what if this is just a sky way of making a Chronsicord? Which would be an interesting thing to test, except for the fact that I don't have a way of putting all the sky together to test that theory. So if I try that, I add the Phos, the Didymos. I still need to add the Gervanite. And Gervanite doesn't get accepted. It'll be accepted in the Alchemist's table, and it'll be accepted in the Forge, but neither of those accept... Oh, so it's either it won't accept the Lockworks and Clockworks, or it won't accept the... Oh, this will, though. Oh, hang on. Nope. My bad. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I thought I was onto something, but the Name Day Riddle didn't do the trick. So it's Lockworks and Clockworks, Pearl and Tide, and Furs and Feathers are the three that are stumping me. Now, I guess because we've got the Altar of the Knot... Nope. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. We did try to get the Name Day Riddle, but... And the winning move is... Like, basically, these two have already more or less been solved. So... My focus is a bit different now. I'm just going to let the timer run by while we do this. In fairness, that was a pretty productive session for today. We got like half of them done before the break. Okay, so Lockworks and Clockworks, knock. So here's what I'm thinking. Like, if I need to pull a... If I need to pull like a an aspect out of thin air to make this work, that's really not going to happen again, right? Like there's a slight, there's a little bit of reasoning that you can see that says, okay, so it kind of makes sense that the weaving and knot working one worked, because in the end, I at least had the fabric association to go on. And so the fact that I had multiple crafting benches with remains meant that I could sort of discover the winter aspect. You know, maybe it's just as well that I use the necropsy table. You know, so I was like, oh, okay, I guess we can try winter. And even then, like, my association of winter with Valentine was probably wrong, right? It's probably better to associate him with Sky, but like it worked, right? Like sometimes, actually, Radu6 put it better. Like this really is the most fortunate of idiots kind of situation. But the thing is that what's left, so Lockworks and Clockworks, Pearl and Tide, Furs and Feathers don't have that obvious association. Those were sort of left with more traditional. Oh, have you tried the name day riddle in the bells? So I haven't, but the trick here is that the bells are... So, like, there's nothing that special about the bells. In fact, the name day riddle, I believe, doesn't work... Well, okay, it works under inspiration, but... it's specifically the combination between the name day riddle and a specific skill. So what I had originally thought was, because it was knock-oriented, I would have Lockworks and Clockworks, and that would give me some kind of a knock recipe that I needed. And ultimately, it didn't produce it. So, like, sometimes the different workbenches will give you an aspect that you need, like instrument, but for the most part, it's the limitations that come from a workbench, or like one of those sites, is more about, sorry, just a second here. It's about what combinations of cards you can put together. That's usually the value that it brings. I've carried the memory like a flambeau, safe through night. So essentially, if I make a chronsicord, let's say, using Lockworks and Clockworks, I could make it, you know, well, okay, this is a bit of a special case. So if the dispensary, if the Great Clock, and the forge, if all of these accepted metal, or whatever aspects the Gervanite is, it wouldn't matter which of those three. Okay, yeah, fair. So the challenge here would be that for the Great Clock, it seems like a possibility, but it's actually one of the more limited options that I have. So the original hypothesis I had was, it's like, okay, so we take a look at this. We have our usual soul skill memory. It's got knock. It's got sky. So it's like, okay, so I can see some sense with Lockworks and Clockworks here. And then I see action and recollection. And what it gives me is element of the soul, omen, and memory. And that's the big catch, is that we tried the name day riddle. We've tried the curious hunch. We're really out of knock memories to make this thing work. So there's the side of me that said, is like, okay, maybe this is telling me something about the ingredients that I need. But because I tried the name day riddle with Lockworks and Clockworks and it didn't make the thing happen, I pretty much gave up hope of that being the hint, because we've already tried to upgrade the Ascendant Harmony, and that didn't work out. So the approach that I'm kind of taking now is you'll notice that I'm a little more comfortable letting the day run by. And what I'm trying to do now is I'm specifically looking for workbenches with knock, sky, rose, moons, and scale that maybe flew under the radar. I'm looking specifically for things that Actually, you know what? I can just list them. So sorry, just give me a second here. So, knock. Sky. Rose. Moon. So five aspects. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Okay, so the telescope is Sky and Rose. Oops. Oh, Lord. Moon as well. Okay. Well, the Practic Garden dummy is scale, although I suspect it's a bit limited in its inputs. Let's go from the top to the bottom. So the dispensary gives us knock, and that's it. I'm going to count this as a desk. I don't think that's worth spending too much time looking at. Also, instruments I'm going to take as given. Okay, so Shrine to St. Januarius is Rose. Rose and Sky. Oh, and knock. Madrigad is Sky. You know what? I'm just going to say all the solar stuff. All the solar stuff is Sky. Otherwise, I'm going to run out of space. Okay, Watchman is Rose. Great Clock is Sky and Knock. Although, again, we said that that probably wasn't going to mean much. Mirrors. Practice equipment. Again, it's a little bit like the garden dummy, but it is scale, so... Okay. Octonary is Moon. I think this might be the time that Oriflammes gives me an order. Nope. Okay, Condignator for Nock. Chrysalis for Scale. Oubliette doesn't give me any of these. Altar of the Knot. Good for Moon. Oh, Deep Lake Corals is Deep Lake Corals is like the. It's like the clock. Still making a note. Saint Tentretto. It's actually got a little bit of everything. Okay. Asite. Calcite. Catacombs. Rowanarium, and I think that's it. Okay, so here's one thing I'm thinking of. We have one skill that's rose-oriented. That's Pearl and Tide. And it doesn't... the one with the smallest number of workspaces is Rose. So we've got the Telescope, the Shrine to St. Januarius, the Shrine to the Watchman, and the Rowanarium. So that's one that, if I think it's Rose, I should be able to sort of try it all out. So let's just first of all verify that. So yeah, it's Rose Moon, so there's a decent enough reason to think that maybe that would be it. So first thing we gotta do is get this thing up to the right level. Easy enough. Now the catch here is that there's just not a whole lot for us to put in the slot. In fact, I think basically this is the only lens. Oh, excuse me. So unless, like, this is kind of the last chance for something to really emerge as the savior here, because I don't think I'm going to try... I don't think I'm going to try again if I can't find... I mean, again, there's any number of flyers that I can try, but... Okay. We will preserve the old moment. So I'm not gonna cross it off, but I will put a tick beside the telescope. Now, the Shrine to St. Januarius might be a little more interesting. So if we add the Fete, Pearl and Tide, Horizon Sight. Okay, so Ava's locks, does that count as fuel? No. I guess we already tried not the glass finger toxin, the Ichor Auroral. Yeah. Okay. I think we already tried the Aglaophotis scented candle, so I guess we didn't try an occult scrap though, so we'll add that there. So under devotion, what's the big idea? So, you know, again, I'm kind of going into something of a hermit mode right now as far as the librarian. I'm not bringing Reverend Timothy in. I'm a little more focused on these particular recipes. Does ink work as a Nope, the inks do work as a liquid. So there's a way, it can actually be quite a powerful way of managing this, because if I put in the porphyrine, I would be able to, you can see it's got the liquid aspect here. That would be an easy way for me to get 7 liquid aspect. As it turns out, though, there's actually quite a few of these which cause me some grief in terms of just trying to get the right... you know, I should really be picking things that actually have a rose aspect, but... it's not all that difficult. Again, said we already tried the candle, but now we know for sure. But yeah, so the real limitation I'm running into on a lot of these are the fact that I don't I can't put anything in, or I can't put just anything into these slots. So for instance here we've knocked off the Shrine to St. Januarius and the telescope, but I haven't been able to add a number of different elements of the soul. Let's rearrange. That makes a little more sense. Yeah, so they definitely don't count as fuel. But something like the Iotic Essence would count as fuel. Okay, Shrine to the Watchman. Again, might as well just kind of plug ahead with everything. Now this might be a little more interesting because this one we can put gems in. So we're going to try and reorganize the approach. So, Horizon Sight, Pearl and Tide. Excuse me. So a simple Fete here ought to do the trick. So the real aim on these is to find anything new. I did not realize that beeswax counts as a fuel. again, I'm leaving a lot of this stuff just kind of sitting undone because I don't want to, like, if I get in the habit of dragging every single item into the slots, we're going to be here all night. And the thing is, like, what do I learn out of that, right? At least here, I'm sort of testing a hypothesis, and it might be a weak one. It might be, it might be completely off base. But at least here, I'm doing something kind of like what got me the Frithweft, or the Weirdweft, right? That may never happen again, right? I mean, sometimes you just get lucky. I figure, and I imagine that sort of stuff's maybe going to happen a little bit more often, at the very least at the start, when I'm sort of testing everything. But we've kind of been cycling through this for a while now. Now, admittedly, these haven't been comprehensive, but we've knocked off the telescope, we've knocked off the Shrine of St. Januarius, we've now knocked off the Shrine of the Watchman. So it's really the Rowanarium, and that's it. And at that point, maybe I say, well, maybe it's just not a rose thing. So we take the Fet, Pearl and Tide, Horizon Sight. I might need to pull away to buy from Oriflammes, but we've got Memory Key. Remains is new. Okay, no luck there. If it wound up being Weirdweft, I was gonna freak out. The other problem with this approach is that, okay, so the one problem I have with this, so like the appeal of going for the rose stuff, this is all well and good, and technically I've exhausted the direct rose options. There is one consideration. I got a little bit ahead of myself in terms of working on the Pearl and Tide, and that is that technically this is not the only path that I can take for trying rose combinations. What I can do with Pearl and Tide, anything that takes, so basically all that I need is something that takes rose or something that takes moon and moth, because moth will allow me to add Fet, whereas moon will allow me to add Pearl and Tide. Now, the whole appeal was that this was the easy way to handle Pearl and Tide. So maybe it's not worth investigating too much further. But I don't know, right? Like, I have technically kneecapped any potential progress I could make. By now, I know the solar altars aren't going to be a thing, but and yeah, I mean, I guess the other thing for me to think about is that Pearl and Tide, you know, the depths of the sea, the waves upon the shore, and the memories of their withdrawal. The closest connection that I can draw here is the Witch and Sister, and honestly, that's not a whole lot to go on. I'm not entirely sure that's the sort of thing that I would want to base an approach around. So if I moved on, if I said I'm not going to pay attention to Pearl and Tide, well, that leaves Furs and Feathers. So what great insight do I have for Furs and Feathers? I think it would be a scale thing that I'm working on. Oh. Excuse me. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon, so that means I should probably get this old moment in bed. Now, there was a description, you know, in terms of DeWolf hunting and such. So there isn't a... But I mean, I suppose if I'm going to make a DeWolf connection, you can say, well, you know, maybe the edge makes more sense here, but it's like, edge for what? I have 3 more skills out of my list. Again, keeping in mind that this is something to keep me busy while I wait for Numa. Oh, new season. I guess we had Oriflamme's visit then? What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? We'll either draw a new incident, find a suitable visitor for the current incident, or retire the current incident if there are no visitors left for it. Let's actually speed things up to see where it goes. I'd like to do something that's not crafting for a bit. Alright, the Affair of the Grunwald Provision with Peter Agdistis visiting. After the dissolution of Grunwald's permanent circus, its assets were disposed of by the Bureau. That was during one of the Bureau's occasional funding crises, and the Grunwald Provisions sanctioned the sale of the circus's assets for cash, bypassing some of the usual checks for oniric hazard. In hindsight, this has started to look like a mistake. Mr. Peter Agdistis, musician, mystic, impresario. Agdistis was a dancer once. One cannot see him without knowing it. The wound in his thigh keeps him from the stage, but his every movement still has the cadence of a prayer. How do you do, librarian? I crave your assistance. A friend of mine, he collects curios. Now there is something he wishes he had not collected, but how shall I put this? It does not wish him to uncollect it. His new treasure is possessed by a malignity of nowhere. I think perhaps the hour they call the Rising Spider. If it is so, my usual protections will not serve against it. I hope that you can help me. So he is looking for 5 or higher heart. That means we need to give 6. 8 will do if I have to, but I won't feel happy about it. Oh, here we go. I thought that said 6 for a minute. Admittedly, this was kind of a quick look, but that's actually kind of funny. I do not seem to have a 6 heart. Warming Dross to Uplift the Heart, a wonderful compendium of healing to Sains compiled by Natan of Regensburg. Thank you, my friend. My worry now is that if this protection is sufficient, he will decide not to dispose of the thing at all. He will hope to keep it, and against nowhere the best protection is fleeting. I will use all my persuasions. Thank you. Sorry, just need a little more refreshment. Yeah, so, I don't know. I kind of feel like I would like more books before trying to bang my head against the crafting wall again. Because I can come up with any number of sort of justifications after the fact, but that's not really the way to play the game. So I think we're gonna... I'm actually not even gonna... Well, it's not that hard for me to keep the old moment, but I think I'm actually gonna let the days go by. We'll enjoy some chats with Reverend Timothy just for the sake of having chats with Reverend Timothy. But I think I'm actually gonna wait until a book shows up. And I think maybe when winter comes, that's the time I need to decide whether I want to try and force Numa or to kind of let things take their path. But yeah, I think right now our next milestone is going to be Oriflammes. I need more information to keep moving. Now this is not exactly how I would like to play Book of Hours, but I think there's only so many times that I can do... I think there's only so many times I can, like, reread the statues and read all the books again. Okay. So, Oriflammes, established 1776, Sense Science Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase Encrederian Tragularis, the poison manual of the Order of Assassins called the Tragulari. It's a big, powerful moon book. I can live with that. This might be one I have to use the Wormwood Dream for, but just gives me something to do. Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. So the best option is to actually wait for not exactly sundown, but a little bit closer to it. Okay, so if we take that, can use Tridesma Hira. We need one more. I mean, I'll use the old wound if I have to. Looks like I have to. Oh, actually, I don't have to. You can use the lunar globe. I can master this mystery. Okay, so we will chat with Reverend Timothy so we can get the memories we need to level up. And yeah, at this point, let's see what the seasons bring. Okay, so for the book, the poison manual of the Order of Assassins called the Traguleri dartsmen were employed by the duties in their various incarnations to hunt down inhuman troublemakers. They developed poisons that even the immortals called Long could not withstand. Immunity to their own poisons was a constant concern for the Traguleri, and they constantly dosed themselves with substances that might build up immunity. Perinculate, the notoriously toxic unsanctioned ink, can be used as a base for one of these serpent milk, with sufficient scale and the arts of serpents and venoms. So, it's nice to know, but that's one that definitely we have figured out on our own. Still, it's something for my list, and it does give me something to level up. So, the good news is Serpents and Venoms is actually quite a low one for me, so on its own, I don't know if I want to give up the old moment quite yet, but use Serpents and Venoms, the Earth Sign, and probably a Confounding Parable. 108 is probably the best for that. This should be a pretty straightforward one for us to level up. Although I am running into that difficulty where I'm running out of room for the books. Okay. So yeah, let's at least level up serpents and venoms, and then we can maybe decide how we spend the time later. So one thing I can do out of this is use another element of the soul to read Wrapped in the King or Terratio Quercum. That gets me the Earth Sign again. Earth Sign, like the ones that are just a question of me reading the right book again. I don't mind those. Now, this hindsight is quite welcome. So let's push a little harder this time. Let's take a whist with the confounding parable. 108 is that a ways. So that guarantees me 3. And it's moon and scale. I guess a savage hymn ought to do the trick. So unhatched hymns or singlefoot songs. Problem is, those are always tricky to find. Okay. The game is going to give me the hurry up sound in a little bit. Oh, nice. I don't even need to use the Earth Sign now. Sorry, I wanted to read that text. Alright, let's... I think we should be able to level this thing up now. I guess I've already used up all the tryst, so health it is. So satisfying to have come so far. So again, this isn't necessarily what I was trying to do for today, but this is the kind of outcome I'm looking for by getting another text from Oriflammes. The question is, how far down the rabbit hole do I want to go? Like if I... Do I think it's important to play it like the unpatched version of the game where you would need to wait for the Numa? Do I want to say, okay, if I'm just going to fast forward through the majority of the season, there's no point in waiting for Numa? I do think there is a point, incidentally. You can read the books and you can experiment with the crafting. I definitely feel kind of crafted out. At least half of the runtime for this, probably more, was dedicated to crafting, so I sort of want to do other things. But this is the drawback, right, is that I have a little bit less to talk about if I just play the game on fast forward waiting for the next season to come by. The only thing is that as soon as we get a Numa, that's the end of the game. That's, you know, where we know kind of what we want to do. So maybe we'll see what winter brings. And maybe at that point, I don't know. But the one thing I will say, it's kind of nice to have this little break here just so I can finally enjoy my tea and shake the cobwebs out. But yeah, I'm thinking probably what we'll do, let's see what winter brings, and I think after winter I might petition for Numa. We didn't need to. We're at the threshold of Numa, the labyrinth season, when... Oop. All right. Here we go, folks. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Numa's Brumous Vapors. So let's see what happens. River, wheel, flame. Time. It has been called a wheel, but my family perceive it as a flame, coolest at its heart, but wildest at its edge. We'll draw a Numa incident, find a suitable visitor for the current Numa incident, or retire the current Numa incident if there is no visitor left for it. What moves in the mist? Drawing a new Numa incident. Is there someone en route to Hush House? The matter of the feasting few. In Numa, visitors will be concerned with questions of appetite, of blood, and of their attendant dangers. Pneumatic visitors will have an interest in Grail mysteries. Their needs will usually be more exacting than visitors who come during more traditional seasons. And Professor Rowena Hengirst. If I want, this is my last chance to learn Kernwek Kennebec. For many years, under many names, Rowena has done, learnt, or eaten many things she shouldn't have. But for many years, under many names, she's served as the protectress of Hush House. Oop. I am here, probably. If I were here, perhaps it is the twins that would have brought me. It is the twins who unite what must not be apart, and so I share their patronage with my sisters in blood. As Bancroft used to say, there are other appetites than love. So for this we need 8 Grail or higher. And I suppose it doesn't matter. In this case we can give the Geminiad 2. She does not know Fusine though. If I were here, I would acknowledge my crimes. I would ask you to set before me something to remind me why I had chosen to commit them. Blood is significant, choices infinitely more so. My descendant child has her own choices to make. If I were here, I would ask you to give her my counsel, but I cannot be here. I'm going to need to have a think about this, but there were some things that I wanted to do before the end. So, Perilous Imago, it has come so far, release it, and it could fly further. The time has come for its freedom. I could release it to the waves, the winds, or the sands, as it prefers. our spare relic. I could release it to the waves, the winds, or the sands as it prefers. Let's take our chimeric larva. We'll let that one grow up too. This is gonna be tricky. Coax the larva to develop into a greater moth beast. That's 2 minutes. I want to be kind of careful with the timings, but what are the other things I wanted to do in the house before we finished? I think we'll move forward with that. So we at least have a minute to resolve the work with Rowena. There were 2 of us, and now there's 1. Feed the beastie. Use a soul card and a suitable sustenance. Nope. Satisfy this creature's appetite. Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one cooperative. I feel like we can let the seagull go too. No, we can keep 1 seagull around. The other ones that grow up we'll release to the wild. Make sure everybody's fed and flown before we finish. One wet wing, then the other, and then it shakes them dry, and from that point it will bear watching, always. The perilous imago, it's come so far, release it, and it could fly further. You can release it to the waves, the winds, or the sands as it prefers. Full belly makes a helpful friend. This beastie is now inclined to cooperate. Oh, we grew you up so that you can be free. I could release it to the waves, the winds, or the sands as it prefers. One more of our friends to bring up, or we could feed it to the snake. There were two of us, and now there's one. Alright, this is the last chance to ask to see anything in Hush House, because we are going to recap and then we are going to do the finale. I am the twice-born librarian of Hush House, and this is the journal in which I keep my remaining memories. I remember that I once walked the House of the Sun as a bodiless immortal, but there was a matter that could only be resolved if I returned to flesh. Now if I go back to the House of the Sun, I will be hunted and punished. If I stay in flesh, I will be hunted and devoured. I need a third choice. To remain at Hush House as librarian would be one such choice, but there might be something more. Over the course of our time in Hush House, we made the following determinations. We came from glory. Our first sparks of self descended from the light above the world, which we called the glory. Without the glory, we would be beasts in darkness, and the gifts of our past illuminate our future, which is eternity. Red the first flower. The Watchman's Tree is the covenant that forbids knowledge to mortals, but permits it in the covenant houses of the tree, like Brandkrug Isle. The red flower of Calyptra, the fire fueled by truth, was its first defense. Fire consumes knowledge, but fire also gives light. The tree is rooted in paradox. Speech the wound. Language is a scar. It was language that tore open the Mansis. Without language, we would have no wars. Without language, we would be fire, earth, sky. Moth the oldest. The moth beats within the skull, seeks among the trees of the wood, is dappled. The moth who delights in contradiction is the oldest hour that remains. Any that seem older, the moth once was, when once it was. And finally, the Tree of Wisdoms. We will start with Hushery. Glass the Keeper, the fundamental purpose of a glass vessel, to separate what is without from what is within. Perhaps this was the first purpose of the first hour, and only in that first moment could there be a perfect understanding. The Queen's Wound. A queen could love no other, only her own image. She sought 9 colors to grace the image. The last was the turquoise of her eyes, a gift from the Shadowless King. Her court poet hymned his queen and her image, and in his poem she heard the truth, that the image was greater, so she fled into the wood, and the image ruled her domain, with the poet as its consort, but it always remembered her kindly. The White. The Watchman's Tree has flowers 3, black, red, and white. Red is the life that flows in the body's courses, and white is the writing at the body's core. A wound in dreams. Before speech we could not dream, which is to say that before speech tore open the peacock gate to dreams, the mantis was unwounded and at peace. It's not obligatory for Long to pass that gate, but they generally choose to. Perhaps that's why the Hours charge their names to hunt down Long, even the Long who claim to serve them. The end. The artist knows their every work could be improved. The artist understands perfect work can never be completed. Truths that were. The inks called in castum terminale are permitted only to the librarians of the Watchman's Tree. Those inks can be used to reveal truths, even truths that are no longer so, not since the dawn times when the sun hung red and low, and we felt its warmth like autumn. If that first and gentlest sun returned, the truths might return with it. An arrangement, something not commonly understood. Without Vac, the exception, there could be no Calyptra, the law. Vac is, in this sense, and perhaps in every sense, Calyptra's servant. What remains? The sea, Whale Road, Salt Realm, Moon Way. Anything given to the waves may find another home, unless its home is the sea. The wings in the wood. When the first hunters came to the wood, in the days before its darkening, they found a chrysalis of black and white. To it they sacrificed the birds of the air so that it would show them the way home. So Moth came to be, and so Moth was the first to navigate the ways of the wood. Peacock. The night arts teach that the Peacock Gate is the highest door in dreams to which mortals may aspire, but that before she rose to this estate, the gate was a name of the horned axe. The moth's spawn, the bright-winged, dark-winged Glaterflog kind, called themselves the moth's spawn. They are gone now, like all the carapace kinds, but we can still use the arts of the nest to follow the old roads to the night, the legacy of the carapace cross. What may not be, there is a prophecy of a shining city that mortals might build. There is a paradox that the city unbuilt can always be greater than one that exists. The night arts teach this resolution, that the gate to that city must be shaped of black sapphire and raised in dreams. Amber, or Calcum. A certain parable of the night arts tells of a pilgrim who raised a gate of amber and orichalcum that they might pass to reach their destination, but then found their destination lay on the side of the gate. This gate could have been a memo. Words to walk by. Unwise words unlocked unwise doors. We can use wise words to lock them. Sapphire. There is a prophecy of a glorious city that mortals could raise, but the hours of the chancel have decreed that it will not exist. The decrees of the chancel are not defied, but now and again they have been circumvented, and we might conceive of a city with walls shining flint that could be raised in dreams in the Mansis. The Dartsmen, the assassins of the Traguleri, who end the lives of Long, tell stories of the wars between the Hours and the dawn of the world, when the sun was red and low. Wars where the savage sound of savage bells unraveled the light of moon and sun. Wars where dreams burned on pyres, where Long were the fuel. All this ended, the Traguleri say, once the worms came, and the Hours had a common enemy, and so the Traguleri fear worms, hate worms, and make offerings to worms. The first sun. In the dawn times the sun was lower, and so we gave it our blood. From our blood it knew us, and so it was kinder. But those days are long gone. If we were foolish enough to find the first sun and give it our blood again, it would devour us. If we fed it the blood of our enemies, of course, it might devour them. At the threshold. Every regret is a threshold, and every threshold can be crossed in both directions. No threshold need remain inviolate. The Chandler's Path. When the Chandler goes a-hunting in the dark of the wood, he shields his candle so his prey is not forewarned, but he leaves a trail of ivory wax so that we may follow him and purchase his prizes. After all, the goal of every hunt is to bring home a trophy. The Weaver's Tale. There is a prophecy of a master weaver who will unwisely seek to find the future in a tapestry of her own hair. Her house will grow dark, shrouded in the labyrinth of her tresses. Pilgrims will seek her in the cellar of her house, where she will plead with them to cut her free. They will always fail, and she will always devour them. At last one will come who will ask instead to stay with her. Others will join them, until the house becomes a palace, and the palace a city, below the world, where all are welcome, and in the tapestry all truths are revealed. Oh, thank you very much, Ether Dragon 9. We are actually ready to commit my first victory to Book of Hours, but I wanted to reveal both my character's background in terms of the journal, but I also wanted to read all of the descriptions for what's in the Tree of Wisdom. So fair warning, we are getting ready to wrap up. But if you do want to see how this ends, stick around. And if you want to see everything up to the ending, just let me know, and I will tell you when I'm ready to commit the finale. Indeed. Underneath, red the dawn and black the night, and white what's left. Above we see, beneath we know. The Grail's births. Learn from blood and drink from the earth. The red Grail brought forth the hours called Flower Maker and Beach Crow, who know where in the wood we can find delight. What may be known? Calyptra is the law that requires secret knowledge to be concealed, except in the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. The number of the hours of Calyptra is 3, and we do not speak of the oldest hour, though we remember her. What endures? Cut a thread, and the tapestry must be healed. The root, the thunderskin, the eternal drum that beats to preserve the skin of the world, is a god from flesh, which is to say he was once mortal. He died to preserve the last god from stone. He died for love. He died for necessity. In matters of Bossk, these 3 are often intertwined. What is taken? The oldest living hours are the gods who were blood. The gods from stone were older still, but they're buried in the earth, scattered in the sea, lost to the moon. This is why we're always careful where we make the sacrifice, because if we spilt enough blood on their graves, they'd return for their revenge. Grail and Moth. The gods from stone made a law that the keys of Dream cannot be held or owned. The time of stone is past, but the keys remain. So the holders of these keys can only be the 7 Legions, whose crime has set them outside the law. The Legions serve an hour of Grail and Moth. When the last remnants of the gods from stone are consumed, the law will be consumed with them. The first among the feasts. The Moth consumed the wheel, the Grail consumed the tide. In the days of the Forge, the stars fled from every facet of flint. What feast was the first? Those who walk the wood know that whichever was first, the Grail's was greatest. Tongue of Earth. Crack-Track is the native tongue of the living world. As long as Crack-Track is spoken, in cloud shape and hill form, life persists. Rebirth. The gods who are, which we call the hours, warred against the gods from stone and cast them down. What remains of the gods from stone we call plague, scourge, catastrophe. But if the gods from stone were reborn, would they still be plagues? Would renewal bring peace? The arts unregarded hint that it might be so. The vigilance. The hours, once called flint and wheel, are gone, but the blood of their name emanations was mingled with the blood of mortals, and from it sprang the line of Antaios. As long as the Antaian line continues, the legacy of flint and wheel may endure. The source and the root. In the inmost walled garden of the palace of the shadowless kings in Persia, there was perceived a yew tree older than any other. The kings set a beehive in its branches, in memory of their forefathers, and they brewed from its flowers a sovereign cure against all poisons. This is the root of all our science. To heal, a deft enough binding might heal anything: flesh, spirit, song, stone. How they endured. In the beginning, the Carapace cross served the first hours, the gods born from stone. When the gods from stone were defeated, where could the cross go? Into the hills, into the bounds, and into us. This is how humankind came to be, and in our most secret hollows, the cross endures. The Velvet is night. The Velvet is not the oldest hour, but she is the oldest hour of Calyptra. The black flower on the Watchman's Tree is the preservation of secrets, and without it, the tree would fall. Safety and oblivion. Lest the flesh forget disease, let the smoke forget the flame, let the troubled mind forget its pain. The Falconer's Tale. There is a very old story told by falconers about the aviform hours, the secret gods who take the shape of birds. Once there were only 5, the dove, the crow, the laughing thrush, the twin kites. The 6th had fallen to the talons of an owl, and they sought another to join their company. But the crow rejected half of those they found for the dowdiness of their plumage, and the dove rejected the others for being too gaudy. At last, they found a night-bird whose feathers were both perfect white and perfect black of the crow and the dove. But once they accepted him, they learnt he was no bird at all, only a night-flitting moth. Fortunately for the moth, their pride kept them from admitting their mistake, but since that day, the aviform hours will only meet at night, when the 6th of their kind won't be unmasked. Looking up. The gardener's first lesson is this: look up. What starts as weather ends in the world. What starts as sky ends in the soil. This is what the birds know, and the birds know most things first. What we were? The shapes that loped beside you in the frost, the scraps you gleaned of call and periost. Once these were answers to what may be lost. The round. There are no words in the song of birds, so birdsong has no beginning and will have no end. The roost. A thief of sights, a scavenger of thrones, a border reaver and a thief of knots, a thief of colors and a thief of bones. Coral. Of the Lygian Medusa, it has been said she might be the oldest of her kind still living, and she is dead. Simmergists say that she is the oldest of the shared names of the twins, the hours we call sister and witch and sister. A city. The 7 tainted immortals we call Lygians are relentless in their appetite, and outcast under the laws of heaven, but they have their uses to the hours. The Lygian Cleiodocus has known all the great keys, and even now she holds the key of days. So every year she meets the vagabond in Vienna to exchange the names of lesser keys for the stories of the vagabond's travels. Medusa's riddles first: what is not seen, the night, the heart, the moon, the day, between, the palest key, the birth-scarred coil queen. And the sea-born. The Lygian Morgan, holder of the key of black sapphire, called sea-born, tide-drawn. Did she come from Ys behind the wave? If we speak her name at the rising of the moon, can we summon that old song of flutes and bells? The Sailor's Tale. There is a story told on the sea about a city of ivory and iron across the sea. Those who come there never die, but those who leave again have never lived. Only in another history, they say, but if you rig your sails right, you might just catch the wind that takes you there in this one. Peace. If night is peace, then dawn is battle, when the sun drives the stars from the sky. A day might come when the sun's victory is not assured. The weapon. The greatest and most secret truths can only be recorded by the librarians of the Watchman's Tree. Even then, only beneath the shelter of the tree's branches, and only in the sanctioned inks called incastum. There are still certain languages in which these truths might be spoken aloud, but the hours no longer permit that power in the mouths of mortals. The first enemy. Vac is a great scar, the first enemy of Calyptra. When the black flower blossoms on the Watchman's Tree, she retreats, and Calyptra protects perilous knowledge behind secrecy's veil. A light above. The new king's light shines brightly. The sanctioned version of the Book of Suns tells us that he may herald the unification of the gods who were light into a new sun and splendor. When it is permitted, certain knowledge is forbidden to mortals unless it's wisely contained. This law is named Calyptra. The enforcement of this law is named Calyptra also. The 3 hours who enforce it share that name. They permit that knowledge to persist only in certain sanctioned places, and the most dangerous secrets must only be recorded in the inks called incastum. Of limits, the hours are not all-powerful. There is a place beyond their reach, where mortals and immortals might build a shining city of iron and ivory. The Chandler's Tale. A master candlemaker made a wager with the master of the Potter's Guild. The potter's oldest cup, she said, was far older than the chandler's oldest candle. However often one drinks from the cup, it can always be refilled, so they brought their witnesses to the judging on the appointed day, and the potter's witness brought a cup that he had used for 70 years until its shattering. But the Chandler's witness brought a candle 77 years old. Every month, Chandler had bought the old stumps, returned their matter to the vat, and used them in his wares, so that each newest candle was also the oldest. Perhaps there's always a way. In flames, all days are death, all lives are sunset. No fire will last without fuel. There can be no second dawn without a war to burn the bones of earth. Of clocks, the clocksmith's first duty when the time comes, the device should speak its purpose. Since the sun was sundered, noon is not as it was. Perhaps if we found the true hour of noon, we'd know how the sun might return. Served hot, copper, coal, fire, cinnamon, sunlight, obsidian. Add salt to taste. Serve. Amber. The bright arts speak of a shining city unbuilt. One day we might build it like a jewel in the sea, with a foundation stone of amber. The tree. Never underestimate the hour named Madrigad. Foolish adepts deride her as an hour of ashes. What do they think the watchman's tree sprang from? The straight. The world is all in balance. With time, with care, with ingenuity, we can restore the balance. Through the shaping of stone, the equilibrium of ichors, the unhatching of the egg. The chime. In the right mortal's hand, the right tool can become a weapon that ends a war. The king and the key. A great and golden king held the only key to his deepest prison cell. One day he asked his minister to make 8 copies and distribute them among the people. But sire, the minister said, if a rebel contrives to enter our palace, might they not release their confederates? They might, answered the king, but all kingdoms fall, and one day I might myself seek release from that cell. Understanding creates conflict. When we name our differences, we learn our enemies. Where there are no names, there are no enemies. What could be? Dream of a city of perfect balance. There can be no perfect balance outside dream. Meditate on the hour named Menescate, whose light in dreams is perfect balance. Build the city in the heart of her domain, in the house of the moon. From light, even if the sun's division was a plan, then once we complete that plan, we'll bring the second dawn and unite the sun. It won't be easy, but what work ever is? Birth and fire. Fire was the first understanding. The hour named Moth learnt that even before the watchman brought light. The scar. The Mansus is a fortress of dream where the true hours rule, and nowhere is the scar beneath it, where the nowhere hours lair. Without the hours above, that scar would be an open wound, so the bright arts teach us. The white flower's paradox. Light reveals, light blinds. This is the lesson of the white flower of the watchman's tree. Even the most dangerous of knowledge is no danger at all when it is forgotten. Of keys, one of us passed the summit, one may not. 2 of us sought the lantern, 2 chose flight. The 7th rarely named, but not forgot. The first sunrise, yesterday's light determines the colors of tomorrow, and we all began in light. And our final moment, Earl Brian's Field. Brian is another one of those leitmotif names that recur through Brankrug's long histories. This one was Brian of Brittany, who was named Earl of Cornwall by King William after the conquest. In 1068, the sons of the deposed King Harold mount raids on Cornwall, and Brian funds the construction of a fortified gate and the abbey's tower, initially in wood to protect the abbey. In return, the abbey gives shelter to a yew tree he's brought from Brittany that flowers in divers colors. This is that tree, hollow now and rotting slowly from within, taking its time to die gracefully. It is not flowered in living memory, and the colors of its flowers cannot now be told, but Brian's brothers were called Alan the Red and Alan the Black. The Earl's Yew. Since the conquest, this has been waiting for you. The irreverent might even call it a yew tree. Here I stand. What will be lost? You've established history. Are you ready to present it before the Earl's Yew? Call for my history to be witnessed. Earth, sky, sea, bear witness to my work. You've wrought a history which at least one of the hours will endorse. This is the point of no return. Many of these histories are strange or wild. Unless you are certain you want to end the game, remain here in the peace of the house. The Twiceborn Victory, Royal Prerogatives. In this history, the new king will enter the paths of the sun, and the second dawn will change everything. Will have my third choice. Very soon, the king will begin his royal progress. By day, he'll travel the roads of Britain. By night, he'll walk the paths of the sun. Herald names will cry the dawn before him, and I will walk among them, inviolate under the protection of the Dawn King. You have proved yourself as librarian, convinced the hours to accept a history, changed the world, won the game. This is the memory that does not die. Please accept our congratulations. So, I don't think it was exactly I don't think it was a surprise to anyone that I would do the second dawn. I like this ending. I realize for a lot of you, this is a huge anticlimax because the significance of the second dawn is, it's a big deal. But I'm happy with that. And now I gotta look up. Actually, I'm thinking Vesper might know, but let's see if I can find anything about the sun. The Sun Tarot Card Description. This is from labyrinthos.co. The Sun card presents a feeling of optimism and fulfillment. This card represents the dawn which follows the darkest of nights. The sun is the source of all life on our planet and represents life energy itself. There's a child depicted on the card playing joyfully in the foreground, a symbol of our innocence. It represents the happiness that occurs when you are in alignment with your true self. The child is naked, meaning he has absolutely nothing to hide. This card also depicts the childhood innocence and absolute purity. This is particularly emphasized through the white horse upon which the child is riding. The horse here is a symbol of strength and nobility. Well, that's definitely not the image that's on the Lucid Tarot. But yeah, so here is the plan. This is but one of the many endings that we're going to experience. So again, if you missed it, Twiceborn Victory, Royal Prerogatives. In this history, the new king will enter the paths of the sun, and the second dawn will change everything. I will have my third choice. Very soon, the king will begin his royal progress. By day, he'll travel the roads of Britain. By night, he'll walk the paths of the sun. Herald names will cry the dawn before him, and I will walk among them, inviolate under the protection of the Dawn King. So, we have, yes. So, the deal is this. I'm actually really happy to have this now, so I am not going to uninstall the game. I am not going to change anything about it. But we do have a lot of saves, so what I'll probably do is I'm probably going to delete the old streams. But the playthrough with the most progress so far is the YouTube one. So the YouTube one is going to continue on the YouTube channel, where we hit episode 100 today. In addition, we have the session that we started with the Aganalia of Janus. We had the GOG stream that we did. And then we had the save that we started with Steam. So for me, that tells me that I have got at least 4 more endings for Book of Hours. And then, of course, we will be returning to this game when the House of Light expansion is released. And I don't know what the plan is in terms of future expansions for this game, but I suspect there will be quite a bit. So the only trick that I've got here is I'm not sure how much of this I'm going to do live on Twitch and how much of this I'm going to leave for YouTube videos and such. Because I can see it going both ways, and I don't necessarily see myself obliged to sort of stick with one or the other. Because, of course, the drawback here is that essentially I have had to set aside every other game that I normally play in order to go through Book of Hours. So I had no intention at all of rushing the game. Obviously, for this one, I did wind up sort of fast-forwarding a bit through the last little bit, but that was just because I sort of said, it's like, okay, well, we spent enough time trying to do some crafting. I think I can live with 3 mysteries to leave for another playthrough. I have a feeling too there's a few secrets of the house that I haven't seen as well, but that's one of the reasons to play the future games. But my commitment is that unless something happens where I can't broadcast anymore, I have every intention of completing every session of Book of Hours that I have played. This, I definitely am happy, is the first ending, but it will not be the only ending. And obviously, you will all get to share. You'll get to brag to everyone that you were there for the original one. I'd like to share our D&D party took a break from D&D to play a one-shot Lady Afterwards Secret Histories RPG and had an absolute blast. That is great to hear, Aether Dragon. I'm glad you liked it. I'm definitely very interested in Alexandria. I mean, Alexandria on its own is interesting, but I'm particularly interested in Alexandria in this setting. Now, before I wrap up for tonight, I just wanted to give a little bit of a heads up in terms of where the stream is going to be heading, because I think there's a fair number of people now who've sort of joined the channel who only know me as a Book of Hours streamer. So I want to be clear that for the foreseeable future, there are over 100 endings for this game, Cured Charlie. It's many more than just 22. Now, it basically deals with combinations of, or my estimate at least would be that at least 100. Now, some of them will probably have more variation than others, but essentially what happens is so for each of the Newmen, there's a different aspect, and there seems to be a different a different ending tied to each aspect. And then on top of that, there are the endings. So sorry, there are those endings. Then there are the unique endings for each of the backgrounds. So, I could have gone for, let's say, the Executioner's ending, but because I went for the Twiceborn version of the Second Dawn, that will be different from the other one. Now, I mean, again, in fairness, I think the substance of this game really is the journey, right? It is a couple of paragraphs at the end of the game, which is not to say that the endings are unsatisfying. I'm very happy with the one I was going for. I mean, as soon as I got Paths of the Sun, I'm like, well, I know what I'm going for, but let's read the other Newman to see where it's going. But yeah, there's a lot in this game. And again, please keep in mind that my estimate of 100 endings comes from just a JSON file, right? now that I have finished the game, I am going to be digging into the internals of Book of Hours and seeing some of the other things that I can mess around with. But I just wanted to get some clarifications out for people. So if you are all about Book of Hours, I just want to be clear, nothing's changing in that regard in terms of my overall output. So if you want to watch Book of Hours, that is the only thing you want to see me play. You know, this particular episode, I'm probably a week or two behind, so this is going to take a while to wind up on YouTube anyway. But if you want to have regular Book of Hours, the best thing to do would just be to watch the YouTube videos, because those are half-hour videos specifically dedicated to an artist playthrough of this game. And I'm not as far into the game as I am on this one, so especially if you're interested in sort of seeing what the early game is like, that's another good reason to see it. And like I said, I do intend to come back to some of the other saves, but I would like to play a few other games. So one of the things I'm actually behind on, and this will be something that I'm going to be playing pretty soon, is Phantom Brigade, because Phantom Brigade has actually released a major new update, which includes big boss battles. It's a very, very sizable update, and I was shocked that very few people on Twitch seem to be playing it. So I really want to do a big push for that game. One, because it's great, and number two, I took a look at the list of things that they've added for that, and it's basically every single person. Anytime I've heard someone complain about Phantom Brigade, basically that is a thing that they are addressing in that update. I think it's huge. So I really want to play it, and hopefully that will show some people, hey, you know, you need to look at this game again. It's even better. I would also like to play a little bit more Old World. Now I'll say this here because this isn't the Old World stream, but I'm actually in a tough spot with Old World, because basically Hooded Horse did the thing that Paradox did to me, which is that, you know, everything seems to be going well, and then all of a sudden, you know, it's hard to get an email back from anyone. So as far as I'm concerned, Hooded Horse has made the decision that I'm kind of not big enough to care about. And my usual hope here is that someone just says that, right? It's like, you know, you can plan around that. But, you know, I just, you know, last time I reached out on the Old World stuff, just couldn't get the time of day. So, but the thing is that I actually quite like Mohawk Games, and Mohawk did give me a copy of the game way back when it was on Epic and they weren't partnered with Hooded Horse. So that does kind of create an awkward situation, right, where I don't necessarily want to give away something to a publisher that I don't really feel has earned it, right? You know, same story with Paradox. It's not like that I don't like Paradox games, but it's really clear that based on the fact that, you know, for those who don't know what happened there, that was a case where they said, it's like, yeah, you know, we'll give you this key. I build a plan around it, and then all of a sudden they change their mind and don't respond to any emails. That kind of behavior, it's like, you know what? Okay, I get it. You know, small streamers are a dime a dozen. You don't care, whatever. It does mean, though, that if that ever changes, I will ask for money. Because there are people who I want to support and I will support for free. And those people have paid me, even though I haven't necessarily asked for it. You know, I will always find the time to stream a Weather Factory game. I will always find the time to stream a Brace Yourself Games game. And so, you know, again, it's not like there's an oath of enmity. I mean, I think some of you who might know some of the worst stuff that's happened to me as a broadcaster, you know, I'm pretty open-minded when it comes to working with people, right? It's always the question of the value proposition. But the deal with Old World is I will be playing the old version of Old World. I'm not going to be doing the updated DLC. But I like the game, and more importantly, I like Mohawk. So, you know, if somebody's saddled with a publisher that I, you know, would rather not spend too much time on, I think that's kind of unlucky and unfortunate to penalize someone for that, right? So I think the better way is just to cover the game, but cover it under circumstances that don't inconvenience me too much. So with that in mind, I think it's time to spend a little more time with Old World. So that's one thing that I'm going to be returning to. Definitely lots of Phantom Brigade. I'm hoping that we can maybe get to a capital fight, and maybe I'll just spend a little less time sort of tooling around the provinces. And then what was the other one? Let me just take a quick look at my Steam library. I don't think I'm going to solve this all right away, but there's a couple of things that I've actually been wanting to do that I've been keeping under my hat. Oh, actually, getting back to Rogue Trader is one thing I want to do. And of course, Cyberpunk. So I think probably what's going to happen next week, I'm thinking maybe Monday will either be Phantom Brigade or, and of course Cobalt Core and Godless. So I'm thinking probably what'll happen, actually, because there's a lot of brace yourself stuff I want to do. Let's say Monday and Wednesday I'm probably going to spend on Phantom Brigade. On Friday we're going to be back to Cyberpunk. And I think probably what will happen is Mondays I will slowly bring back to a strategy game, so that'll probably be Old World. I think we're going to do a nice good run of Phantom Brigade before we focus on Cobalt Core and Godless again. Although probably Godless before Cobalt Core, because it's been a while since I've done Godless. And then Fridays I think we're gonna do Cyberpunk until the end, and then once Fridays open again, then we can start thinking about some of the freebies, or not the freebies, but like some of the loose games. So I'm thinking like maybe that would be a good opportunity to do things like Rogue Trader. Of course, with that in mind, if any of these games sound a little more appealing rather than others, I am happy to sort of adjust the plans accordingly. So Ether Dragon here says, with your content, I got to know your style over all the Secret Histories vids, starting with Cultist Simulator, and that I appreciate very much. It's one of the reasons why, even though I'm sort of behind on some of the other games, it's the reason why I wanted to do Book of Hours to the end, and one of the reasons why I have a dedicated series of YouTube videos for Cultist Simulator and for Book of Hours, because there's, it's not just that people are interested in watching it, but people are actually very pleasant when they come in to interact with them. And so, again, these are the sorts of things that I want to try and show some support for. You might be interested in a couple of games that have interesting mechanics and some lore to suss out. Potion Craft Alchemist Simulator is one of them, and the other is Dice Tribe's Ambitions. They're both indie studio games. Thank you for that, Ether Dragon. I'm going to make a note. I've actually got 2 other games on this list as well. Sorry, 3 other games on this list as well. But I always like writing these down. Sorry. Used an eraser rather than... Anyways, thank you everybody for watching. I am very, very happy that I've now completed a run through Book of Hours. This is a really special game for lots of different reasons. Achievements. So, Paths of the Sun has charted his paths. Let's try that again. So, Material Happiness, I unlock the Sun card. Newman, the Paths of the Sun has charted his paths beyond walls and woods and bounds. When we are ready, all of us will enter eternity. A third way, I walked beneath the sun and I walked within the flesh. At last I found my final home. I'm having a little fun comparing comparing my achievements to a couple people. Okay, cool. All right, let's not extend this any further than it needs. I am going to find someone to host. Thank you, Kieran, and I'm glad that you got to see the ending on your day off. That was not quite intended, but you know what? I'm not gonna complain. I think Zareth might be wrapping up. So let's host Kilgore Trout tonight. And thank you, Oswin. I'm gonna actually, sorry, I should have given a follow. I hope you have a good time with Cultist Simulator. Thank you for bringing so many people into the channel. And again, just a reminder to everyone, I'm not fully giving up Book of Hours, but there is going to be less Book of Hours on the live broadcast for the next little while, just as I restore equilibrium. Definitely prepare for more Book of Hours when House of Light comes out. And if you are specifically here for Book of Hours things, I definitely want, if you've not yet checked out the YouTube channel and you are specifically looking for the Book of Hours stuff, make sure you're following that, because that's getting regular material. I gotta get some sleep. So I will leave you in the capable hands of Kilgore Trout, fellow Canadian based in the Atlantic provinces, currently playing Fable, it looks like. I've never played Fable, but actually I should have seen if somebody's playing Book of Hours. It's kind of late to turn the raid around anyway, but okay, well, fortunately nobody is playing huh. It looks like there are a few people playing Phantom Brigade. Anyways, I don't see any reason to back out of the raid for Kilgore. Thank you everybody for hanging out with this later stream. I need to get some writing done, and then I need to get some sleep. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see at least some of you on Monday. Until then, take care.